Bueno, chicos, estamos por dar 3 minutos más a los colegas y comenzaremos. Gracias.
Hola.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here in this regional water dialogue. We have prepared today because we have a lot of content, dialogues on many of the topics we heard about yesterday. Let me first of all make a few announcements to immediately go into our fifth panel, water, financing, and health. As we always do at ECLA, we will have a website where all of the presentations are to be uploaded. They have been put together, and in a couple of days it will all be uploaded. That is Natural Resources Division, ECLA. We will also upload an interview with Dr. Masukat. There we can hear more about her water comments, and we hope that this will be useful for your own information. Now, our first panel today on water, financing, and health. I am pleased to bring to you my dear friend and Vice Minister on Territorial Ordering, Mr. Francisco Canal, Colombia. He will be moderating this panel. You have the floor, Mr. Canal. Good morning to all of you who are here present and those who are joining us on the internet. I have to do with education and participation, especially in following ESCASU agreements. I'd like to thank ECLAC and my friend Yarin Quiroga for the opportunity to participate in these regional dialogues on sustainable and inclusive water transition in Latin America and the Caribbean, having in mind the Water World Forum. This is a very interesting, provocative panel having to do with financing and water and health. Financing coverage, improving the quality of drinking water and sanitation is also related to the challenges of water management and the territorial management during times of climate change. And that leads us to reflect on the economic means that are needed for research, adaptation, and also to cover loss and damage. Innovative financing mechanisms are needed during times of climate change. And here we have important relations with water and health, nutrition, and energy. As a result, we must be holding dialogues and proposing action in Latin America and Caribbean and its positioning at the World Forum. As I said, this is going to be a provocative panel. We will hear about circular economy and investment needs. We'll try to see why applied circular economy helps to diminish and need necessary costs and also allows us to use technology in sludge management or in toxicity, etc. We will hear from four companies, three public and one private, that will be talking about the challenges and innovation in the use of financial instruments. We'll then close with the challenges and examples of innovative financing, and that will be in the hands of IDB and CAF, as well as World Bank. We'll close with a dialogue and recommendations coming from Diego Fernandez, who is an expert from ECLAC. So you are all welcome. I will first of all give the floor to my dear friend, Marina Gil from ECLAC. She will be on for 7 to 10 minutes. We have about 9 speakers, so then we must be strict with the time, and we will be letting you know when your time is up. Marina, you're on. Thank you, Francisco. Good morning. I am honored to be the first speaker of this panel. I am going to bring the result of a research conducted in ECLAC on potable water as well as sanitation in Latin America and the Caribbean. In order to identify the needs of investment, it's worth taking a look at the barriers, social, economic, and environmental barriers encountered. Let us start with the inequality as related to water and sanitation. ECLAC's projections estimate that by 2030, 188 million persons won't have access to drinking water, and that is additional to what we already have. And 380 million additional persons will not have access to sanitation. Aside from that, the economic efforts conducted by the poorer is about twice as what is done by the wealthier sectors. Less access to infrastructure is in the hands of women, indigenous people, and rural communities with less access, especially to sanitation. Now, there are negative external factors that are related to sanitation, and we cannot ignore that. In the region, less than 50% of wastewater is treated safely. And this naturally involves pollution. In the region, a third of the rivers are polluted by pathogens, with pathogens. And the inappropriate treatment of wastewater is causing 10% of methane emissions that is even more contaminating than CO2. And this gas has emitted even more in the region lately. We now see 40% more methane emissions than we had 2 decades ago. Economic barriers. These are related to lack of funding, banking solutions, or scarce economic incentives. In water and sanitation, we must take a look at key factors in the region. And these involve high cost of maintaining our infrastructure, then high energy costs reaching up to 40% of the cost for the service providers in the region. And the lack of incentives, especially in isolated rural areas where there is no possibility of recovering the investment from rates. And we have brought here a study that was submitted yesterday by ECLAC that tries to estimate needs of funds in order to spread through the whole region water and sanitation services, according to SDG 6. This had a methodology applied to 10 countries in the region, and that has to do with 10% of GDP in the region, and that's why they were selected. And the idea is to estimate the needs in reaching SDG 6.2 and 6.1. And that means that investment of 1.3% of GDP per annum for 10 years would allow to give universal access to drinking water and sanitation in a safe way. It will also bring in many positive effects. First of all, up to 3.6 direct green jobs would be offered. It would also reduce social and gender inequalities. We could have less diseases related to water, and better treatment of water would recover water bodies that are now contaminated. Aside from this, we would like to talk about the opportunities of funding in circular water and sanitation systems. At ECLAC, the circular economy has been seen as one of the transforming sectors for the region. And as we heard, we assume that a future with less environmental footprint and with better jobs can be only possible if we face this tremendous challenge in investment. Circular economy is indeed a transforming sector that would bring in many benefits to society, to the environment, and to the economy of our countries. Right now, we are facing harsh times in terms of poverty, inflation, and we are also facing the effects of water crisis. We have taken a look at the investment needs and always have in mind the circular economy and sanitation. And that has to do with reutilization of wastewaters, methane recovery, and nutrient recovery. We have heard that investing 251 million US dollars in wastewater treatment, having in mind the circular economy, is indeed possible, and it brings in positive economic outcomes. This has been estimated for 75 plants, wastewater plants located in 5 countries and involving 23 million users. With a circular economy in mind, these plants would be able to generate about 360,000 a year, and it would benefit many people in the region. This would avoid up to $46.6 million uh, investment, and this would have a 1.3 million tons reduction, and that would be an additional benefit. We would also be able to reduce 1.3 million tons of CO2 per annum, and that can be compared with 26% of the emissions in Nicaragua. We estimate that per $1 investment, the national GDP could go up in 1.3, and that we would also bring in new green jobs. But in spite of the economic and environmental benefits, the technical capabilities and financial constraints prevent better treatment and more extensive treatment of wastewater in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Nina, for telling us why is it that we truly need investment in Latin America and the Caribbean. And thank you for clarifying the principles behind circular economy. This example gives us the possibilities for methane recovery in wastewater plants. We now give the floor to Ms. Suni Guidoti, who is regional experts in water, sanitation, and hygiene from UNICEF. She is going to be talking about the circular economy as well.
Y todos, es un placer estar aquí.
It's a pleasure to be here. Let me put things into a context from the point of view of UNICEF. In UNICEF, SDG 6 focus is 6.1 and 6.2. That's a drinking water goal, and 6.2 safe sanitation with a focus on children, women, and vulnerable people. Based on that, together with the WHO, we led the JMP. It's SDG 6 joint monitoring. I will be discussing progress, gaps, and needs. First of all, let me emphasize our call to the Global Water Conference 2023 next month, emphasizing the priorities of the area with a focus on children, water for health, to guarantee infant survival. As we know, diarrhea as a result of a lack of access to water and sanitation are still cause of infant death in the region. That's why UNICEF has these focused on SDG 6. Second is water for climate to protect children's future. Third is water for cooperation to save the life of children in a vulnerable situation. The presentation I have for you today is focused on the two accelerators. Number one, for data and information, looking at the gaps, and then the progress made in the region. And second, optimize funding. And then we will discuss this with the development banks. Speaking of data, gaps and progress at a local level, our region needs a dramatic increase in the progress rates. As you can see on the left blue, this triangle, and on the right, that's for sanitation. We need a 14-fold growth in the progress rate to reach SDG 6.1 by 2030 and sevenfold increase for sanitation. For hygiene, we don't have enough countries in the region reporting the situation, which prevents us from having regional estimates. I believe these numbers have been referred to yesterday, but 1 out of 4 people in Latin America and the Caribbean do not have safe drinking water, and 2 out of 3 do not have access to safe sanitation in the region. This chart shows trend out of the 18 reporting countries. We see that most are in the light yellow area, where the trend is too slow to achieve SDG 6.1 by 2030. Besides Chile, which is on time, the only country in the region. We need to speed up things. Sanitation out of the 14 reporting countries, which is very few, considering the number of countries and territories in Latin America and the Caribbean. Most are at extremely low progress, and some of them are stagnated and actually going backwards, as you can see in the bottom orange portion of the chart. Now, for households and schools, and let me emphasize, we do not have enough data to put together regional estimates for water, hygiene, and sanitation. We need the countries to become aligned with the SDG 6 definitions. And please report so that we can actually understand the gap, the problem, and hence set priorities for funding and achieve the progress we need by 2030, which is 8 years away. We have regional data for sanitation. One out of four schools in the region do not have a basic sanitation services. Health centers, three out of five health centers do not have basic sanitation services. In the last report in 2020, according to the 2021 report, not enough countries are reporting, of course, but there we can run a regional estimate with the minimum 30% we need for those estimates. Of course, I have to mention inequalities in our region, which is this is such an important problem. Marina discussed the gaps we have not only in rural areas but with the indigenous people, the traditional people, and women and youth and children are those that are suffering with the lack of water, sanitation, and hygiene. Rural areas are way behind urban areas, both for water and sanitation. As you can see in the triangles, what's missing in the rural area to achieve the same urban level. Now, for significant inequalities, we have between the rich and the poor, as well as among regions. That's Honduras, for instance, where we can see a big gap between the rich and the poor, and between Cortés and Gracias a Dios, so two subnational regions. And the same is true for several countries in the region, Brazil, between Amazonia and the south of the country. Now, for best practices, again, we do have best practices. And let me emphasize here, case of Paraguay, where progress has been made towards the closing this gap between the rich and the poor, as you can see in the first chart, as well as Bolivia, which are making an important progress as well. Key messages on SDG progress. Current progress rates are way behind what we actually need to achieve SDG 6 by 2030, not only for households, but also for schools and healthcare organizations. We cannot neglect and overlook coordination with the ministries of education and healthcare. Of course, we have key data gaps. It's difficult to plan, to invest, to achieve the goals unless we have data. So we are encouraging you to this commitment with the JMP, and UNICEF is here to support you for funding or financing. And so this is a cue for the next discussions with the regional banks based on data. We know that there is a reporting that we have difficult reporting, but this is a start. We can most regional countries have funding plans from water at the whole household level, 70. Now, 35% of the countries, only 35% of the countries have funding problems for washing schools and healthcare centers. The message is the same. We need to coordinate with the other ministries, particularly the Ministry of Education and Healthcare, to achieve the SDG in a comprehensive manner. From these financing plans. Less than half of the necessary funds to achieve national goals are available, as you can see in the orange portion. Then, of course, we don't have enough data, but we do have 27 countries reporting their data. We need more financing, more funding. And that is not considering the impact of climate change. So we may say with certainty that climate funding for the adaptation of our services are also necessary. And I believe it would be important to consider these for children, for the youth in the region. On to the opportunities, which is the last portion of my presentation. I have 2 points of better use of the existing funds and an increase and a new funds. So the better use of the existing funds. These are a couple of examples, a couple of possibilities, such as increasing efficiency, improving the use of subsidies in order to reduce inequalities. For instance, the last report of sanitation and water flow from the USDA says that only 6% of the subsidies are benefiting the poor, while 56% of those subsidies in the region are for the benefit of the wealthiest people. We need to reallocate the subsidies for those who are living in vulnerable situations. Those are other examples. Closing the data gaps to guarantee budgets and the sectoral expenditure in a de-aggregated manner. We need we need to reach the solutions we need, which is achieving SDG 6 in by 2039, increases of opportunities for increasing and add new funds so we can increase investment at the household level, consider equity, of course, review tariffs or rates, loans, incentives, we can increase budget allocation to the government, looking at the tax environment to guarantee funding options for vendors of all sizes. We know vendors between zero point 0.5 and 10 million are in some sort of a limbo where they have no access to big funding from banks, unlike the smaller vendors. So we need innovative solutions. So looking at the aggregation of rural systems and find the solutions for those vendors and suppliers in this gap of funding and increasing the access to reimbursable funding. From UNICEF, we are available to work together with the governments in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we focus on 4 main areas: supporting the favorable environment, the right environment for WASH funding, building sustainable services through a feasible business model, additional public fund allocation, either domestic or foreign, and exploring funding alternatives. In summary, in closing my presentation, the current rates of progress in our region are way behind what's required for households, for healthcare centers, and for schools. We still have key data gaps, so we encourage you to report GMP and the other regional mechanisms and global mechanisms we have in place for SDG 6. While there are funding plans for WASH for households, we still have a lack of plans for institutions. We need to work with the schools and with the ministries of health for funding and planning. Number 4, we need to increase the investment in the area, the sector, and we need to look for opportunities in order to improve the use of the existing sources. We have an opportunity, and we have to leverage that because we're 8 years away from 2030. And It is also important to guarantee transparency and accountability in the civil society. We need to involve the children and youth, women, and vulnerable populations in the solutions and as part of the change in the process we are about to embark on towards the 2030 agenda. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Yeah, all right.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Ms. Suni, also for the appeal uh, related to the World Forum and children, as well as going further into funding and data. We now go into the second part of our panel. And here we have three public companies and one private one that will talk about their efforts in terms of investment in water and sanitation. The first speaker will be Mariana Navarro from Conagua, Mexico. That is the Water Commission from that country, and she will be making her presentation through the virtual screen.
Hola, buenos días a
Good morning.
muy buen día, bienvenida.
Welcome.
Mariana, ¿nos escucha?
Can you hear us, Mariana?
fuerte y claro.
Loud and clear.
Perfecto, puede comenzar, por favor, Mariana.
Go ahead, please.
¿Ya ve mi presentación?
Yes, we can see your PPT.
Y la vemos bien.
Muchas gracias. Voy a cerrar el video porque tengo poca señal, pero agradecerles el espacio abierto a través de
thank you for the invitation to bring this presentation.
Con el bloque desde la Comisión Nacional del Agua de México.
We at the National Water Commission do have investment programs as all other countries.
¿Cómo funciona, no? Tenemos que conocer cómo
And
funciona.
it's a good thing to find out what is the institutional framework of other countries.
No existe un ente
In Mexico, we do not have a one entity in charge of these services. Conagua encourages and promotes development, but the municipalities are the ones that are in charge of providing basic services as well as their maintenance. Investment must bear that in mind.
Tiene diferentes financiamientos, ¿no? Diferentes.
There are different types of funding, and these include direct investment,
donde se hacen proyectos de infraestructura de un
with the
tamaño.
portfolios for large infrastructures like aqueducts and that sort of thing.
Los programas de subsidios.
And we work through subsidy programs. These subsidies are directly sent to the municipalities by the states. And there are three types of subsidies. The first one is SO74.
Lo que en algunos momentos era el amparo.
Has what used to be FOSAPI and other kinds of
y que comentaremos un poquito más.
The idea is to go to the more vulnerable or faraway areas. We know that there is an issue in rural areas, and therefore the regulatory framework has changed, which is really the first step in ensuring public investment in these areas. The other program has to do with the payment of water rights, and these may be benefited by some kind of return on that investment. And the last one
el programa de saneamiento de aguas residuales.
has to do with wastewater. And here we have another program that is managed by our federation, and this is the most important one. And this receives a contribution from the federal government. And this is really important because the fund that is most used is precisely the fund for social infrastructure. Let's take a look at Pro Agua. As I said, this program
Y sostener coberturas en los
has to
servicios
do with extending the coverage of services. It has been designed
y saneamiento del agua. En localidades
to meet the right to potable water and sanitation in rural areas.
desarrollo integral,
Now,
que son acciones de mejoramiento.
we have different types of support in Proagua. The infrastructure, as I said, for drinking water, sewage, and sanitation. And then cleaning water, and there are actions that have to do with covering this.
La ocurrencia de fenómenos naturales perturbadores.
We also have to bear in mind the effects of natural disasters. But there are many challenges involved.
Infraestructura.
There are programs of subsidies that focus the maintenance of water systems, whether they be state or municipal. And this is a very important aspect because this affects the sustainability of the services.
Uno de los retos del
I
financiamiento.
also said that one of the challenges in financing is a recovery through fair rates.
Punto de vista de la atención rural, de la atención a las zonas marginadas. Este programa, la
Now
prioridad
we
no
go into another program. I'm afraid that the audio is not clear. It is interrupted, but we will still try to interpret what is being said.
Entonces, quiere decir
Let
que
us
la
take a
zona-
look at the coverage.
si bien es cierto, sí,
Rehabilitation
estamos enfocados estos programas a atender coberturas y
is part of this program.
desde la Gerencia de Potabilización y Tratamiento de la Conagua se mapeó
At Conagua,
se hizo un grado de prioridad y se ubicaron
a priority was made having in mind the most vulnerable areas. And you can see these are the areas that coincide with the justice plan from the federal government. We have Chihuahua, Chiapas, and the north of the country.
conjuntamente con los estados y
And there we
municipios
have to work together with the municipalities and states so that public investment may target this area. The next program is the one for the return of rights, mainly in urban areas.
¿no? Cada organismo puede recibir. y
Each
ahí
organization can receive
un poco de
that,
recursos de
and
mejoramiento de infraestructura.
here we
Y a la
try
realización
to
de algunos equipos
devote part of that to
de
improve
pago de
the
energía eléctrica,
infrastructure,
que eso es uno de
to
los
maintain
principales
equipment,
por la falta de
and
operación de
to
los
other
sistemas.
kinds of payments that are
2022,
needed.
al cierre de
And
2022 tenemos
last year,
615 participantes.
we counted more than 600 participants, and these are voluntary, by the way.
El otro punto, el otro programa que maneja la Conagua
The
y el
next program under Conagua
es el programa de saneamiento de aguas residuales. Esto va
is a
enfocado
program for
a la inversión en
wastewater
infraestructura de saneamiento,
treatment.
operaciones de saneamiento y
And this is a program that supports
con esto podemos
providers.
garantizar la operación
It also has to do with the power. We can help out recover some of the plants.
de los prestadores de servicios.
And this always bears in mind the providers of the service. And we can work here in trying to improve the efficiency. Who are the participants?
El tema es que son aquellos que realicen el pago de derechos de aguas
Those that pay for the rights of wastewater because of their discharge. Now, how do we invest this?
Estos programas son
As I
subsidios.
said, these are subsidies,
Se asignan directamente,
subsidies that are
con una cierta población
directly allocated to focusing a target
son
population.
programas complementarios.
These are supplementary programs.
Operación y mantenimiento,
They are not focusing only on operation and maintenance,
acciones e inversiones de
but yes,
mejoramiento, de
they can invest in improvement.
promueve que lo que trabajemos primero es el
And
acceso.
we recommend that first of all, we work on more access. In Conaga's investment in the subsidies programs in 21 was invested here in these three,
10 millones de pesos, ¿no?
and the amount was of 5.7 million. For 23, these three programs that continue. Now, how do we work on this? Each state and municipality has their own program, and the projects are assessed having in mind the priority list. Those that are higher on the priority, that are in marginal areas, have greater possibilities of receiving some kind of funds. Now, what kind of financing are we talking about? We always look at the municipalities and states to also supply part of that investment. That involves a commitment on their part. We also see that Conagua's investment for treatment plants just stop operating after a couple of years, and we must change that. And this must go bottom up, starting at the municipalities and the states. We know this, the operation is greatly affected here.
Pueden no sonar unos montos tan
Now,
relevantes.
the amounts may not seem that large, but if we were to compare 21
De infraestructura social, el FAIS, que es un programa
and the
nacional.
FISA program, a national program on social infrastructure, on that occasion, 15
Los 15,000
million pesos were invested under FASI. But if we were to add the other funds, we would be talking about 21 million, which is more substantial.
Voy a hablar de retos para cerrar.
I'm now going to talk about challenges.
Y yo creo que el principal reto
I think that the main challenge
desde las administraciones públicas, tanto estatales, municipales y federales,
that the federal and municipal agencies face has to do with
programar y dirigir estas inversiones, planes y políticas
achieving or really channeling that investment into the more needy population and trying to get
a través de esquemas de recuperación de
the services to be provided with fair rates.
En México, pues la
Even though
cobertura de agua potable
in
ya
Mexico,
es
potable water
infraestructura, lo
has
que se
reached
observa
high levels of
desde la
access. But you were
federación es que
talking
las infraestructuras están deterioradas por la
about
falta de
places where the infrastructure
de
is
rehabilitación
has deteriorated because of lack of
y entonces
maintenance.
ponen en riesgo estas acciones. Entonces, la programación de los recursos
The resources, therefore, and the investment plan must have in mind the right to potable water and sanitation for all.
Desde la modificación de legislaciones municipales.
We have had to change municipal legislation. As I said, in Mexico, the municipalities are in charge of providing those services. Something that is very important has to do with community work.
Trabajar con las
It's important to work with these organizations in Mexico and probably elsewhere in the region.
comunitaria presta servicios de agua potable.
Community organizations that provide water and sanitation
Entonces, estamos olvidando
at all times.
una gran parte del servicio, principalmente en zonas de alta y muy alta
And
marginación.
this is much of the service that is provided in rural areas.
Tenemos que ser empáticos con funcionarios y funcionarios. Tenemos que
We
trabajar
must be emphatic. We must have empathy in working,
justicia social,
having in mind social justice and equality. We must start with a real analysis and raise the awareness amongst the population. We know that with better investment, the rates are
Esta sería toda mi presentación. Muchas
fairer. And that would be my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Muy amable, María.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you for sharing the funding programs and the characteristics of drinking water programs and sanitation and return of rights. And let's go on to Rafael Reyes' presentation. He's with the IDAN from Panama on funding in Panama. Good morning, everyone. Really, my presentation, it's fairly short on type of contract that for us, government agency dealing with water and sanitation, IDAN, as service providers, this is a quite an innovative tool since, as referred to by previous colleague, as public companies, we can only do as much as the law will allow us to. Because we always have to follow the public contracting, public procurement law for the financing of water and sanitary water and sewage water legislation. So this last administration passed the public-private association scheme. However, when this law was sent to Congress, National Assembly, because of social issues, the law did not include our agency in these funding tool. So the problem is that we were left behind, we're left outside the financing of some major projects, especially a land that national government has, which is called Colmena, which meant that the country had over 750,000 people living extreme poverty and inequality. Out of these 750,000 people, 450,000 of them were young girls, young boys in a vulnerable situation. Of course, these issues of pandemic, government resources were constrained in terms of investment in these areas, especially in the Panamanian Caribbean, which is an underdeveloped area. So what you see now, let me describe this, for the regulatory framework, which allowed us to go into these turnkey system, was a board resolution to build a law and a resolution from the Ministry of Economics and finances, and this financing alternative had certain advantages for which the one we invoked for the approval. First of all, advantage number one is that we were not requiring immediate availability of resources given the situation of the country, where right after the pandemic. This basically works were funded by contractors, either through their own funding or partial funding or credit loan. So, and the other advantage was that under these mode, we would know the cost of the works because contractors, the private sector in this case, would try to be more accurate in terms of the uh, calculation. Same is true for with the delivery times. Since the contractor was looking for funding, the contractor wanted the timing for payback and interest payment was to be as short as possible. And these are the basic, simple requirements for this, and the major elements of the funding was that funding cost, fees, and interest were directly negotiated, not litigated, even with the Ministry of Economics and Finance. There were some payment segments based on the progress of the works. In our case, all projects are paid in two installments, 50% into the project, and then upon completion of the works. The conditions from the Ministry of Economics were that the payments were to be made in a different fiscal year, which makes sense. The idea was to defer government or state investments on these type of work. Data were to be collected and approved to the contractors, and they were reviewed by the controller's office. And there was a creation of a new with a new report, all the work progress reports. So as contractors would make progress, they have to submit these reports. These credits could be submitted to financial organizations, and the Ministry of Economics and of Financing would have the right. If the offer was not according to the economic conditions of the Ministry of Economics with some uh, financing organizations, or the Ministry of Economics would offer a contractor to use the ministry's financing source so as to improve the flow. So let me now briefly discuss what are the works, the various works we have uh, bid it out in less than 1 year to using this tool. Almost, well, you will see the technical data on the presentation, but let me save time with that. But all these are in the Atlantic side area with no development, and which is the Panamanian Caribbean with a high tourism potential. You will see, oh, you see, all of that later on. These are small populations, and we know there is a high tourism potential. Back in 1917, a bridge was built, and the area now has communications power but they don't have water infrastructure for the tourism development. Basically, those shaded areas in this on this slide, and we've managed to do this of 190 million balboas, our local currency. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Reyes, for sharing with us the characteristics and opportunities and works completed using this turnkey contract. Let's welcome Jose Carlos Revelo. He is with ANDA, the National Administration of Sewage and Water in El Salvador. Good morning, everyone. Let me thank ECLAC for the invitation, the coordination of this dialogue. We have very fruitful presentations, and of course, there will be many synergies and lessons learned. My presentation is what we're doing in order to achieve SDG 6 from the point of view of a public organization as a water operator. Initially, let me explain what's ANDA in El Salvador, and I will be describing the work lines and the actions being implemented to guarantee availability of water and its sustainable management. ANDA, it's an autonomous state organization established in 1961 to produce, to collect, produce, and distribute water for human consumption and the treatment of wastewater. It was also established that they would help to supply other providers. We don't have a full coverage, but we are supposed to support other operators. And for many years, given the lack of a water act or water authority, and was seen as the water authority and the sanitation authority. Seen, I said seen because legally we never had such authority. But thanks to the expertise we had and we still have, we provided support and tools to different operators, especially in the rural areas, over 2,300 operators. And we've we've been supported for the PECA from Spanish cooperation. That's a funding tool. Unfortunately, during the last year, the Salvadorian Congress passed the General Water Act, creating the Salvadorian Authority Water asset, which was installed like 6 months ago. So you can have an idea of drinking water coverage. We've influenced in over 168 municipalities out of the 262, and the coverage in urban areas of nearly 96%, and in the rural, we still have a gap because with the coverage, there is only 43%. At the national level, we have a coverage of 76%. That is ANDA provides services to nearly 5 million Salvadorians out of the 6.8 inhabitants we have. For our sanitation, we have a sewage coverage of nearly 85 municipalities out of 262, mainly focused in urban areas. In the rural area, basically, we have no influence in terms of sanitation. We are always looking to eliminate this inequality. That's why in our lines, we have five. One is supply. There's no secret that it's more and more difficult to find safe water sources, but we try to implement technical solutions to re-engineer and distribute our system. One of our main majors is the reduction of water losses. That is why we have included in our main investment plans, being aware that this is a safe water source because it's water which was taken from nature, has been treated, and is being re-injected into our distribution networks. In El Salvador, we're losing nearly 60% of the water, and we believe this is an opportunity to expand coverage improve continuity and the amount of supply. Second axis or line is water quality. Country has its own characteristics, and many data because we are in the region, we have a significant availability of water because of the significant annual rainfall, rivers and aquifers. But in actuality, it's more and more difficult to find sources meeting the minimum parameters to be distributed and being treated using simple treating waters. Arsenic, iron, manganese are issues that are more frequent, and we're working on them. That is why we have implemented treatment alternatives for the removal of these chemicals. We also have a new reality in the country. We are implementing desalination plants in the coastal area because we have a significant development there in the area. As for surface water, we also have problems in summer. We have algae blooms, and in the winter we have turbidity. That is why we've implemented early warning, lab monitoring, different water bodies at a national level. Torobosso plant, our number one source of supply, supplying 1.5 million Salvadorians in the metropolitan area, cannot afford uh, uh, issues regarding these blooms, and that's why we are implementing buoys to inhibit the algae blooms. The other component is sanitation, as we have seen it. For El Salvador is the one that has the least coverage here. That's one of the axes requiring more investment and work. We are looking for feasible alternatives, a friendly alternative with the environment. We have rehabilitated the treatment plants because we are aware that we better have less plants working at 100% rather than too many plants working irregularly. We're implementing circular economies. We manage nearly 25 plants. Number four, energy efficiency. With that, we're looking for alternatives to using innovation and development to increase productivity with using more efficient equipment, less polluting equipment. Among these, we are conducting energy audits, allowing us to understand the clear way of power consumption and making decisions on more efficient equipment. We want a more stable operation in case of a climate event. That's why we're implementing electrical redundancy in our main systems. Last but not least, is citizens' participation. The first of them is the customer service. We have enabled different communications channels. We've developed an advanced call center providing efficient solutions, and we review the service time and response time to our users. Component number two is consultations and involvement of citizens. We recognize that the contribution of the final users in the execution and operation of projects is significant for every project. Besides empowering them and promoting the value water has in the society, we cannot build projects without including people. Through these inclusion processes, we managed to legalize irregular use, and we want to build local subsidies for those more unfavored citizens.
Even though this is rather technical, they all have the focus of human right to water, those who have been cast aside. And we also promote women in decision making related to water, and always having in mind the environment and sustainability. Now, in terms of funding, we have in mind always transparency as a principle. That's reflected in these investments because we are aware that transparency brings in trust, which in turn may bring funding. Now, these are the next projects we have for this year. We have IDB investment, another brother project with the World Bank, and we also have another program with the bank for treatment of salt water. We have also projects to come in with USA, China, Sweden, and the Basque Country. In order to finalize, I'd like to make a few comments. We are always trying to diminish the gap vis-a-vis water, sanitation, and looking for universal access. We are now at a pivotal moment for mankind. We have serious problems in territorial ordering, overpopulation, pollution, climate change, and many other hurdles. But we should take a look at the glass half full. And this, aside from a challenge, brings in opportunities. We must ensure to the future generations cities that are more inclusive with water security. And this brings in new opportunities to create plans. But without funding, we cannot continue. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias a José Carlos.
Thank you, Jose Carlos Revelo, for talking about what's happening with El Salvador. And thank you for being optimistic. And it's good to hear about the structure that you have adopted in El Salvador in terms of financing and narrowing the gaps on SDG 6. We now give the floor to Mr. Didac Borras from Aguas Andinas, Chile. That is a private company in Chile, and he's going to tell us about the financing in relation with water. Thank you. It is indeed a pleasure to be here on behalf of Aguas Andinas. I thank ECLAC for inviting us. As we have already said, Aguas Andinas is a private company that operates in the metropolitan area, Santiago. It supplies water to 8 million inhabitants. And nowadays, we have quality standards that are equivalent to that of developed countries in terms of water and sanitation. And the operation investment is also comparable to other more developed countries. Let me start out with the challenges that we are facing right now as company and as city as well, as society because of climate change. Let's take a look at this graph. It shows the years when the Maipo River, which is the main source of water for the city, and we can see that in blue, it has had surplus and it has also had deficits in red because of the drought. In orange, the deficit is not due to droughts. You can see that we have already had 13 years of continuous drought. And in the last 4 years, we have had extreme droughts. And this is a big challenge indeed. We must face this challenge and respond to it. Data. The Maipo River, the source of water for Santiago City, has started with a flow of 37 per second in the last 2 years, and that has gone down a great deal. The Mapocho River has also decreased, going from 6 cubic meters per second down to 1.5 in the last couple of years. We can only face this through investment. We must continue to develop our investment plan in order to get Santiago to continue being a resilient city and with water enough water to face climate change challenges. But this cannot just come from Aguas Andina or from the private sector. It must be accomplished through the collaboration of private, public, financial sectors. They all have to collaborate in order to respond correctly. If we look at the solutions, why solutions must be applied, and they are diverse. On the one hand, we have built new deep wells in order to have additional water flow. We are also promoting something that must come into the future, and that is a return for treated water. This must be a pillar for our future investments. And we must continue talking to other operators in the basin so as to be as efficient as possible. And we must also apply state-of-the-art technology that will allow us to be more efficient. And we must also use that technology for the recovery of the wells to be as efficient as possible in energy use and to catch as much water flow as possible from these wells. Let us take a look at the last decade in terms of investment. We invested about $140 million per annum in infrastructure for the city. We like to divide these 20 years into 3 blocks according to the investment. The first decade, until 2010, we had the decade for sanitation. That is when the city started having 100% coverage in sanitation. Here is when we built the 2 bio plants. We call them biofactories because that is part of the circular economy. And there we treat wastewaters in Santiago up to 100%. And then we have also the green period. We are also injecting this into the energy grid in Santiago. And with the nodes coming from these plants, we are now able to produce biocarbonates. And this is an example that is also seen in other places with the wastewater treatment plants. Now, we have an urban project around the Mapocho River. During those years, it was an open, green area with biodiversity. The second period then goes from 2010 to 2020. There we made investment in order to find turbid waters. That is another effect from climate change, not just drought, but when it rains with a lot of strength, and that water drags sediments through the mountains, and that sediment goes into the river, and then the river water becomes dark, and that is why it needs some treatment. During that period, we started from autonomy. That is when there were processes. The company had only 4 hours reserved to supply. We right now have an autonomy of 37 hours in case we need. Here, we must emphasize the biggest mega dams that were built in that decade. And this is a very important infrastructure to mitigate turbidity. And we haven't had to had any cut down on the water supply.
And as of 2020, we'd like to focus, that will be a decade of water resources. So how we get additional sources of water to continue to supply the population according to the standards of quality that they are used to. But not only in terms of water resources, but also it's going to be a decade of automating and refurbishing and streamlining the current infrastructure that is aging, obviously. So it is going to be a decade, as we have seen, will continue to be quite intense in terms of investment for Aguas Andinas. There are some signature projects in our portfolio that will come online in the coming years. Actually, Cerro Negro, Romena, deep wells, building 15 deep wells that give us a 1.5 liters per second was completed last April. It's not only an example of additional resources, but also enables us to provide a response in case of turbidity. El Manzano Pirque connection is also a turbidity abatement works. Water coming down from the mountains that has been used to generate their power up there in the mountains, interconnected directly to PDA, and that will provide us with water that is not subject to turbidity, which will allow us to increase our autonomy for 30, from 37 to 48 hours. Water return. It is a project that will come online in the coming years to supply the city of Santiago because of the water scarcity, applying leading edge technologies that already exist and that we're applying in pilot projects and during expansion, such as trace gas measurement or leakages in the network, or zonar technology that will allow us to be much more efficient to detect leakages with a high level of accuracy to then lower repair costs. Now more into financing and how we foresee or how we see the financing market in order to fund all these projects in our portfolio. Today, we see that the commitment and sensitivity of investors in SG investment is increasing exponentially, and also on the part of companies or the entities that are receiving financing. We're also looking for a way that this higher sensitivity translates into better interest rates in order to fund projects of this nature. Additionally, there are intergovernment groups or institutions and the academy that are also exerting lots of pressure so that this type of financing, the BCG financing, could grow significantly. Several examples, they are known, but I'd like to cover each one of them. The green bond, which is the typical instrument to fund projects with a positive environmental impact. This is starting to create subgroups. We have the blue bond that funds water projects or social bonds or bonds that are having a significant impact, which are the ones that have some kind of ratio based on ESG criteria compliance to allow more efficiency in terms of the rates. Very quickly, I do not want to dwell on this because the investment banks will explain this so much better than I will. Along the lines of what I just said, the ESG line of investment is growing exponentially. That accounts for almost 80% of foreign investment in emerging economies, excluding China, but not only in terms of volume, but also in we see a broadened spectrum with green bonds, but there are other types of products that are being strengthened significantly. And now, in closing now, the experience we've had at Aguas Andinas, we are pioneers in green funding. We started with the issuing of our first social and green bond in 2018, the second one in 2019, and the third one in 2022, where we have all gone to the international markets to capture investment. It's almost $200 million that we have raised in terms of green financing. Additionally, this year, we have signed a green social loan with Itaú Bank that has sustainability criteria associated to the interest rate. For the first time, Aguas Andinas has introduced this type of project. And without further, thank you. To thank Mr. Director Borras from Aguas Andinas, a very interesting approach of looking at the company, considering the context of variability in climate change. I believe it is an important lesson of that type of behavior that climatic variability has had on the Mapocho and Maipo watersheds, and how you have been forced basically to adopt innovation in how you address technological as well as innovative solutions, also from a financial point of view through these green bonds and so on and so forth. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Porras. We're going to go into the third segment of this panel, discussing challenges and examples of innovative financing. But now, in this case, coming from IDB, for example, CAF, and the World Bank. We are running shorter time. We only have, I guess, a few minutes for the presentations, some 10 minutes for discussion at the end of the session, trying to make up for the delay we had this morning when we started. We'd like to welcome Mr. Henry Moreno. He is a lead specialist of the Water and Sanitation Division of IDB. Thank you. I hope I'm able to make up for the time losses. First of all, I'd like to thank ULAC for the invitation to share with you 4 types or groups of financial instruments that have been implemented in the region with the support of our bank, and not only with specific supports in terms of cooperation, in some cases with businesses or governments in the region, but also through the dissemination of information so that this type of instruments, investment instruments, that becomes universal, and so that their use strengthens the sector of the industry. In that sense, let me start saying that from previous conferences are showing the significant challenges the region faces in terms of covering access gaps to water and sanitation. Excuse me, I'm waiting for somebody to flip my slide. In the region, we all see that there exist significant challenges in terms of increases of the access level to safe water and sanitation, especially in terms of wastewater treatment, where we have a significant delay, but also in terms of water quality improvement of the utilities, especially in terms of drinking water, potable water, in the sense of increasing the efficiency in the water use, but also in increasing the quality standards in terms of pressure, potability, and supply continuity, etc. At our bank, in terms of the investment expectations, indicate that we would need close to $30 billion to cater to the SDGs if we increase the necessary resources in order to improve comprehensive solid waste management that has a huge impact on water resources in the region, and also to leverage the climate financing opportunities or circular economy, correct itself, opportunities. It is that amount would reach close to $40 billion. And doing the necessary investments in order to mitigate climate risk and to do a adequate water management. That means focusing on climate impact in terms of drought or floods. We need to actually double that amount. So financial efforts that our countries must embark on are huge. However, there's a huge opportunity, as we heard, in finding financing instruments focused on certain themes that have grown significantly globally. But in Latin America, unfortunately, that growth has not kept up with the rest of the countries' growth. Also, we are working to improve the knowledge about these instruments. Clearly, the investment gap financing in the region is huge, and still we are using public financing to fund maintenance and operation costs. We have not been able to fund using the rates in the region, those to cover those costs. Now, at this pace of financing using standard instruments, it won't be possible. We will have to involve governments and businesses by introducing these new instruments that will open up opportunities because of the huge contribution potential of the water and sanitation sector in order to achieve the SDGs, but also to attract
these capitals in the capital market that actually reward adaptation efforts to climate change. And the first group that we are supporting in several countries in the region is, as my colleague from Aguasandina said, of green bonds, of social bonds, and sustainable bonds, which are a set of instruments that fund investment actions with environmental impact or social impact that are clear, and the most recent bonds, sustainable bonds that, for example, reward the attainment of certain results in key indicators related to the Sustainable Development Goals, and some more specialized ones such as resiliency and climate restoration bonds are mostly focused on outcomes, environmental outcomes, for example, reducing GHGs, etc. Both the capital market and the financial market and the financial loans are trending towards these themes. And in Latin America, in countries such as Brazil, we see a hastened implementation pace, and Chile as well, and countries such as Mexico, they're leveraging the opportunities that these markets offer for funding the sector. And currently, we are already working with Colombia in providing support to water utilities to implement these green bonds, and also conducting research regionally with 9 countries regarding the potential and the opportunity for special projects to have access to these types of instruments. The other group is result-based or result-oriented financing. Besides bonds, there's other instruments, especially coming from multilateral and bilateral organizations, and even some countries that are contributing and which are making progress towards the implementation of loans or technical cooperation based on the results achieved according to certain aspects of social and economic growth. For example, increased access to water and sanitation, bridging the gaps, et cetera, reduction in terms of gaps in water accounting, reduction in terms of GHGs, etc. So, there's a significant opportunity here in order to improve resource efficiency. Many companies are already working in hiring by results. So, for example, in the case of an infrastructure works, contractors are paid according to the volume of water or the reduction in the amount of pollution of a water body or the improvement in the potable water supply service, etc., etc. So another set of financing instruments that we are supporting is the creation of water funds in the region. We have worked in creating 26 water funds, which are financial instruments, but mostly watershed panels, mostly, in which water users, provide their contributions in order to foster or to promote water quality improvements and water availability in the watershed to the communities upstream in order to protect watersheds. And that, of course, enable the leveraging of nature-based solutions in order to improve the performance of the watersheds.
And finally, I wanted to commend a very interesting place that we are supporting in the Caribbean, which is the development of the name of Creek. It is a parametric insurance that provides support to water and sanitation companies after the occurrence of natural disasters, specifically in this case for hurricanes and storms that has a terrible impact, a negative impact on companies and also in the population. We detected that companies were highly vulnerable to the risk in their infrastructure. There was no insurance in the market that would provide funding for redressing infrastructure after these phenomena. The IDB and other regional organizations started the task to design this type of instrument. Now we have an insurance that, depending on the impact of natural phenomena on water company, provide resources from international insurance companies, corporations, for the needs to re-engineer and rebuild after suffering this type of disasters. Just to comment you, and I will leave you some publication that we have around the instrument that I have mentioned and how have been implemented by some of the countries. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Henry Moreno from IDB, for presenting this field portfolio of innovative mechanisms for funding the water and sanitation sector, and also in the big perspective of what is happening in the climate field. This is the contribution for Latin American, Caribbean countries that are governance, very relevant governance mechanisms that are focusing to watersheds. And now we give the floor to Mr. Franz Rojas, he's the Director of Water and Sanitation Analysis from CAS. Thank you very much for attending, for being here. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. My appreciation to the ECLAC for inviting us. I don't know if you can we see our presentation, my presentation, please? I wish to refer to 4 main topics in my presentation that addressing what is the investment required by CAF in order to identify the gaps. I really appreciate that we can see very similarities with our presentations and even with the previous presentation regarding investment required and innovative funding mechanism. I will summarize in my message, and also the endeavor of CAF in the run-up to the water conference of the United Nations in March. In 2021, we conducted a survey or study starting based on the water and sanitation and rainfall plans, and we estimated which is the investment gap which is reflected in this investment plan. This is not econometric static now. It starts from indicator, but we are based on the plans of the own country. And we gather around 15 water and sanitation programs and plans. And from that, we estimated the need for investment in the region. And we can see that in terms of CAPEX, investment required is $25 billion for the coming years. In terms of OPEX, the amount is similar. And I want to highlight here that in comparative terms, if we see in terms of the investment effort per capita in the region is $39 per inhabitant. So it would be in total $80 per inhabitant, comparing with the OECD that refer to TOTEX in Asia Pacific and Europe. In the case of Asia Pacific, our effort will be much bigger than compared to the Asia Pacific region. So comparing this with the outcomes of an evaluation of final 7 or 8 years of investment made in Latin America, $25 billion investment means that we will invest 4 times more. So the question is, how can we be able to invest 4 times more? And we understand that countries are dealing with the outcomes of post-pandemic. They are working in economic reactivation with a lot of demand from different sectors. So a country's resources are quite limited, and also multilateral bank has also its own limitation. In this slide, it's a graph when we just see that depending on the countries, Some countries have made a great effort in terms of GDP, which is significant, but in order to reach their goals, they need to make bigger or larger efforts. Other countries do not require to make any investment effort compared to the GDP to achieve their own goals. But this reflects that some countries will have to double their effort if they want to reach their targets established in their own water and sanitation plans. And in this context, we ask the CAF, how can we be the catalyst for greater resources? Because even multilateral organization resources are limited. And we decided what we the need to explore with the National Council of Water. Our partners are the World Water Council. We launched two publications that you will be able to see on the website dealing with combined funding, blended finance in the water sector, and another publication about a different financial instrument linked to nature, contributing to water security. These are private initiatives, at least non-public initiative. And in this sense, I want to highlight this combined blended finance and its relevance, because in the role that multilateral organizations have associated with funding for development is to catalyze and mobilize more resources. Public funding banks, national banks, or commercial banks that have a higher rate in this blend, they it's possible to have more affordable rates than commercial bank rates. This concept of blended finance has already been developed in the agriculture and transportation sector, but unfortunately in the water sector, there are few cases of blended finance. So we will to push a drive for this instrument that has been very successful for other sectors. With this with these concessions and loans to reduce waste, or by providing technical assistance or providing a non-reimbursable or concession resources to the design and evaluation of projects. We are providing guarantees to a public Brazilian bank with a small, we are providing collateral. We are assigning that bank the rate that if they give to a private concessionaire can be lower. And this permit to attract resources, not only for private companies, but also national developing public banks that have participated in almost nothing in the water sector. They will be able to reduce the risk to the extent that can leverage the resources. We also are working with innovative finances for nature-based resources, working with the TMC and other stakeholders. We established 6 business line: investment in sustainable drainage, or for the creation, restoring, and handling of forests with resilience fund. How to improve agricultural practice that at the end of the day have an impact on high altitude watershed. This is related to what Henry Moreno, my colleague, said about water funding that had an impact on improving water quality, improving agricultural practices upstream of watersheds, and other instruments to be using the creation and restoration of natural and different intervention in natural management of floods. And I want to highlight what my colleagues from Aguas Andinas and IDB, I see it already stated, the importance of instruments such as green bonds that can be issued by multilateral banks and also by countries, and also they can also be issued by water and sanitation companies also. And this allow different actors to receive funding and resources and also the water funds that are already mentioned. And I think that another topic is important to highlight is the new view on funding based on results, such as impact bond or loans linked to sustainability. These are the instruments that we are studying and assessing at CAF because they allow us to provide loans depending on the success. And it can be applied to loss reduction of leakages in within an interval. They achieve better results. The operator, the creditor can provide a bond, but if the results are they underachieve, the lender needs to pay a higher rate. So we are seeing this in rainfall drainage project. We think it's an instrument associated to provide incentives. So if good results are achieved, rates can be reduced. So there's an increase in the probability of funding. But if there's no final proper results, the funding will be not available. I want to establish some main messages here. I don't see my slide. We think that water security need to include these green approaches, circular economy, nature-based economy to complement the great infrastructure. So our resources, not only we need to increase our investment, but we need to improve transparency and accountability in resources that are being used. But not only technological innovation, but also financial, social, and institutional innovation. And also the new innovative instrument help us leverage resources and also empower partnership. We are now leading a coalition of different entities from multilateral and national public banks. We are almost 60 public developing banks in an effort to exchange knowledge and start partnerships to provide a much larger offer or supply to cover the needs from Latin American and Caribbean countries, because there are many national public banks that are already investing, and public banks that are not investing in the water and sanitation sector because they are not familiar with these sectors. This is a way to attract them with having a multilateral development bank, and in order to promote more investment in this sector. And finally, I want to point out that the call made by the water conference for next March to voluntary commitment, the CAF has expressed that we want to become the green bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. We have received the greater capitalization in our history with over $7 billion US dollars. We will provide a greater offer in green operation, and we are working in specific commitment for water security that we will be presenting in the coming month in the United States, and I will be receiving any question that will.
Muchas gracias al señor Fran.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas, with CAF for describing the portfolio characteristics, innovative financial mechanisms. And again, CAF, it's becoming the green bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. Let's welcome Mr. Serrano, who is a chief specialist in water supply and sanitation with the World Bank. Hello, let me share my presentation. Can you see it? Yes. Okay, then. Well, thank you for the invitation. I might be repeating things with my colleagues, but let me focus on an example. Let me briefly describe some of the challenges we have as a World Bank. And funding challenges, it's not only drinking water and sanitation, but also water management and irrigation resources. It's still a central concern for most of Latin American countries. There are very few organizations in water management with the rates for massive use and management in potable water and sanitation. I have here a couple of charts of how this has been decreased and how this compares to the GDP from between 2008 and 2017. We're working on new data. And if this is being capitalized with the contribution of the private sector, this is not really the case. Private sector contributions are still limited in drinking water and sanitation. But as I said, this Hector, could you use the presentation mode, please? Thank you. If not, that's not really a problem. Use the three horizontal points. It's in the presentation or presenter's mode. If I may, you heard in your cell phones, it's just a security test, not ours, but the national emergency system in Chile. It's a random test. That's why some cell phones went off. This is not a real emergency. This is just a drill. Can you see my presentation now?
Ahí está.
Yeah.
Le das una gótica más, si no,
Otherwise, just go ahead and
no problema.
it's not really a problem.
Ahí estamos, más o menos.
Okay. Anyway, we've identified funding issues for irrigation suppliers. We don't have we do have some statistics. They can really hard time recovering their costs, and they depend heavily on subsidies. Some numbers have been already shared. Out of the $128 billion for the industry, these would generate benefits of 627 billion. 3 out of 10 jobs depend on water. Each dollar of investment in New Zealand infrastructure can generate $4 in terms of benefit. Expansion of irrigation could mitigate drought in around 750 million per year. For clean water, we can increase benefits for health, reduce mortality, improve productivity, which would have a 8.2 cost benefit ratio. Nature-based solutions, as presented before, can contribute to preserve the biodiversity and to benefit the natural ecosystems in the region. But the question is, how we can fund that and achieve these benefits? One of them is that we are convinced that we need to attract more private sector participation. Well, we need to have a more efficient public expenditure. We have duplicated expenditures, or we're working in the phases which are not efficiently coordinated. And we have to change the work incentives. So we have to change the view of, we have to go for a view based on results rather than based on projects. Yet another thing we have analyzed is how the service providers are trained, not only drinking water and sanitation, but irrigation, drought. So you have the parametric systems for hurricanes. But the question is, why are there other service providers, especially in power, electricity? They do have this view of guaranteeing and foreseeing or provisioning the funding in case of extreme events. So one of the elements we found is that there are little knowledge of impact, and there is a insurance market which is not comfortable or willing to take the risks when they have a weak governance element among the service providers, which are not clear in terms of governance. They, so insurances are expensive, or there is not enough market for it. Now, let me talk about something we've been working on as a World Bank, very strongly in the region, which is this change of incentives on how we decide on funding. Result-based programs have been very successful. We believe that's a way to address the financing and to generate incentives to really have a positive results out in the field, result in the well-being of people, results in terms of impact, changing the way of thinking and how projects are built. Now, results. So that's a simple chain. Results are achieved. A verifier will check that. The documentations are sent to us or bank. Bank will review the documentation, will approve, pay, and the government receives the funds. So some of the impact ideas we can have is not only water but also healthcare, governance, and improvement of systems in the country. Some of the indicators is the percentage of children between 12 and 13 years of age with the vaccine. So when we check the results, we do the money transfer, access to services. When we achieve a certain percentage of the population with access to an improved water supply, then we check, we verify that, and we transfer the funds. And there's a whole list of indicators, but what is happening is that in this view of development and funding by the World Bank, we are we're making emphasis on the impact of investment. And when doing so, we're strengthening the existing systems in the country for public procurement, for internal funding, and to integrate activities that many times are created in different ministries into one single program in one unified view, which is executed throughout a 5-year period. Now, let me share with you a case in Chile. For quite some time, we've been working with the Chilean government in a water program. And as a water program, it's not just a service provision, but the management of water and it's nature-based solutions as a supplement to the gray infrastructure solutions. This is a result-based solution which is under preparation. I think it was referred to in the opening session. We're trying to integrate the existing programs of the Chilean government in terms of water management. That is, working with the Ministry of Public Works, working with the Ministry of the Environment, also working in the integration of infrastructure in a much more comprehensive view at the basin level, working with different agencies in the Ministry of Public Works, the different services, water works, so as to have a consistent view. And the third point is trying to bring innovation to the development of gray infrastructure by adding nature-based solutions that, which once again require to be a comprehensive approach with the government. This the Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Public Works, and other government agencies which are also interested in going into nature-based solutions approach. This program is based on existing governance mechanism. That is, we'll be using the tools of the Chilean government in terms of procurement, financial management, social and environmental safeguards, and we will be creating incentives which will focus the execution of the public budget on specific results, which is being discussed with the government now. So on the one hand, we are integrating the view within the government, and on the other hand, we have a shift going from going going and think for results and the impact and trying to make more efficient use of funds, and we're trying to integrate the different views to achieve one single goal. That's the example I wanted to share with you and what we are doing in Chile. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al señor.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano, with the World Bank for that approach to the result-based in the case of Chile, trying to articulate the Ministry of Transportation and the Ministry of the Environment. Let me adjourn this session. I'd like to thank all the panel members, but Diego Fernandez, who's advisor to ECLAC, will help us in closing and opening the. We will have a 10-minute open discussion, and then we will break for a coffee, or we'll try to uh, make it shorter. We'll try to keep it within 10 minutes so as to meet with the whole agenda. Welcome, Diego. Thank you. Even though we don't have time, maybe we can entertain 3 or 4 questions. Please go ahead. Good morning. Rodolfo Lacayo, Minister of the Water Authority from the Republic of Nicaragua. Let me thank ECLAC, but very briefly, let me address what we have been doing the sectoral and institutional way. And this work has been focused on the national plan of fight against poverty and human development, aiming at Nicaraguan families and the recovery of rights. And this plan has a national policy of drinking water and sanitation with 3 lines, a clearly defined line, with continuity coverage of services. Well, during the last 14 years, we have doubled for the rural and urban areas these coverage, but also quality of water. Every project executed for new water systems in the urban areas have treatment plants for wastewater, and in the rural areas we have a basic hygiene and sanitation solution. The 3rd line has to do with sustainability of project, where we push community guided projects of the same communities that will execute their own projects to strengthen and train them, and as well as the follow up by the national and municipal government, the so-called a water committees, which is a management body in the rural areas. They have tax benefits and they have a lower energy rate. They pay less money. We have a climate change policy with a presidential decree where we promote the integrated management of water resources, both locally, with the training and support and legalization of the basin committees, where we worked on the main basins in the country. And this whole work is focused, is supported by National Water Act enacted in 2007 and amended in 2020. It's a new water management with the national authority now, not only ruling water, but also we are regulating drinking water and sanitation with a series of agencies in the National Board for the Development of Water and a Commission for Sustainable Management of Water. Since 2019, we've had a national committee called COMISACHE, which deal with water hygiene and sanitation, with 4 subcommissions clearly defined in terms of water sanitation, where we aim at developing activities according to an articulated planning and the collection of information to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. These COMISAC, as we call it, is coordinated uh, by the National Water Authority, both nationally, regionally, and locally. This whole work is focused then in the achievement of financing, allowing for two specific goals. One of them, hitting the goals and the commitments of SDGs by 2030, and the continuity of the right recovery of the right to safe water and sanitation under an inclusive and articulated water planning. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Thank you. Yonali Hernandez with the Chiapas, Mexico. Let me just thank for the opportunity to listen to you and kindly request to double the efforts to make sure we have the human right to water, especially the rural communities, but specifically of childhood. It is true that many women and girls have stopped studying because they do not have bathrooms during these during their periods. And in Chiapas, in the territory, this is difficult. It means that school do not have the necessary resources to have a dignified development. So we need to double our efforts because of that. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, hermano.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Saúl Vicente Vázquez, International Fund for the Development of Indigenous People in Latin America and the Caribbean, SHILAC. When considering this first panel, water, sanitation, and healthcare, SHILAC would like to elaborate on the following. A recent report from the Special Rapporteur on Water and Sanitation, Pedro Arrojo, supported by the Special Rapporteur of by Francisco Calizay for Indigenous People, show the situations that Indigenous peoples are going through when they point in terms of healthcare, the degradation of bodies of water. Where Indigenous people get their water because of toxic pollution along with the effects of climate change and the lack of investment in infrastructure. They have a disproportionate effect on indigenous peoples, especially in women, boys, and girls. In some studies that we found, for instance, a pollution of rivers in the Amazonia with mercury concentration in women, according to the last report of the Special Rapporteur for toxic substances affecting indigenous women because of the use of water and a fish-based diet, which could affect the birth of Dinamata syndrome. These agreements, unfortunately, many countries are not complying with.
We would like to
A las recomendaciones
We'd like to express our endorsement to what has been said about companies and sponsors, urging them to adopt urgent needs. And that has to do with the right to water, rights of indigenous peoples on their water systems, and the constitutions and national laws recognizing the concept of water amongst indigenous people as a sacred common good, as well as management in their water, of the water in their territories, as well as their ancestral practices vis-a-vis water. We recommend that we stick to the guiding principles on human rights and that act quickly in human rights to detect, prevent, mitigate, and inform of any negative effect of their activities on indigenous rights. And finally, we recommend that there is a follow-up international protocol having in mind the international agreements over indigenous peoples and what affects their territories. I hope that this be considered, Vice Minister, because this topic was not considered and it's an important part of the panel. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. We have a few moments for the last speaker. I'm Paulo Talajillo, Technical Secretariat of Water resources from Chancalamayete Basin, Peru, National Water Authority. It's really a comment I'd like to bring here. In my country, there are regions such as the forest. There are different regions: forest, coastal areas, and plain areas. And in one of these, 92% has sewage coverage that's in the cities, but in the rural areas, we have a big gap in terms of coverage. No matter how much the governments have devoted efforts gaining multilateral and other kinds of assistance, we still have not been able to narrow that gap. We have only access to water up to 77% coverage. As to sewage, in the cities, we are at about 87%, but in the rural areas, we are at an average at 30%. And why is that? No matter how much efforts have been deployed, we still have not been able to provide full access to these services. And no matter how much efforts made, very little has been done in the last 10 to 20 years. That is why here we urge the governments in Latin America and the Caribbean so that not only we all reach full coverage of services, but that these services be provided with quality. They must be decent services. And investment, in order to provide that coverage, should also be provided with transparency. Transparency brings in trust, and that trust will provide for more investment. I tell you this because, unfortunately, in my country, large investments have been frustrated. Investment in water and sanitation because of corruption. How can it be that right now in 2023, we are still facing that same big gap? I think that this is a good space, a good venue in order to bring in our voices, to urge the governments, international cooperation, to multilateral investment agencies, not only to help us to improve our coverage, but that we should also offer decent quality services. Thank you for your expressions. Perhaps a few words in closing. We have heard presentations that stress the need for further resources and for further investment. As we here in Bolivia, if you have money, we'll talk. And we do need money and investment for the sector. But all of the needs for investment shouldn't fall only on the private shoulders. We know that we do have in some countries a dedicated item for that kind of investments. Others have an item for operation costs. And these in turn are also covered by the users. But in talking about scale economies, then we realize that we do have some regional companies or national companies with a tremendous dispersion. And because of that, these countries do not reach economies of scale. As we know, in the rural areas, small companies or community organizations do a tremendous job in helping out with the maintenance of the services. Now, we need innovative mechanisms for investment, and we heard what the banks are doing. We heard about new systems such as that used in Panama, and that permits private sector to participate through some kind of assistance in investment, although that is not the panacea. Green bonds, as brought by World Bank, is another possibility, and IDB is also doing some of that in some countries. And we have heard what Aguas Andinas is doing here in Chile. We are supporting all of that as of ECLA. We're working at ECLA in a project for a transforming reactivation, especially in view of a pandemic. And that is part of the partnership between ECLAC, GIZ, and the economic ministry from Germany. We intend to intensify these cooperation partnerships, adding value so as to create more wealth, to be resilient, ensuring funds with a fair transition in aid of the more marginal populations. I think that we have now reached our closing point, so we adjourn for coffee. Thank you.
Favor de tomar asiento, que tenemos un pequeño retraso para empezar el siguiente panel, por favor. Vamos a comenzar, por favor, tomar asiento, de forma que podamos recuperar el tiempo, por favor. Estamos con retraso. Bueno, como dicho, entonces comenzaremos con el panel número 6.
Let us resume our work. We are now going into the next panel number 6. It is entitled Water and Regional and Territorial Cooperation. Let us be seated.
Ok, comenzamos con el panel número 6.
As I said, this is panel number 6, Water, Regional and Territorial Cooperation. We are happy to ask for Mr. Sergio Campos to help us out. He is head of the Water and Sanitation Division, IDB, and will moderate this panel. And we ask Mr. Campos that you be very strict with the time. At lunch, we have a working meeting, so we cannot be late for that. So I ask Mr. Sergio Campos to be strict with the time allowed for the speakers. Thank you. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here in ECLAC, which as of 1948 has contributed so much to the development of policies as well as the economic and social development of the region. On behalf of OAS and the bank, I'd like to thank Janet Sanchez's team for organizing these dialogues that are so helpful to build on the initial dialogue on the seminar on basins in December and the previous meeting. I welcome all of the panelists. This is a panel, as you well said, having to do with water, regional, and territorial cooperation. I will make some reflections on behalf of the bank's vision. Let me say that, first of all, there are 28 million persons who receive only a scattered water supply. I'm talking about a third of the population from Latin America. There are more than 480 million persons who do not have correct feces management. 72% of women in the countryside, women and girls, are responsible for fetching water in buckets, and we must then narrow and close this gap. Climate change is making it more difficult to reach SDG goals. We are lagging behind. We have made headway, but that is not enough. These are some of the first conclusions that we see from the presentations. And climate change. In 2014-15, we had 50% less water than the minimum level as recorded in the last century. Climate change, droughts, floods, as we had here at La Plata in 2013, caused damage in terms of human lives and material destruction. And we know that these events will be more and more frequent. That means that we have to change the way we look at this. And COVID made even more evident the importance of having sustained infrastructure as well as quality services. What's the use for this lady to wear a mask when she is walking through flooded streets or when perhaps she doesn't even have drinking water at home? Now, in view of this uh, sad scenario, the forecast say that for 2025, Latin America will continue to be a privileged region in terms of fresh water. We will still have a third of the fresh water in the globe. And in brown, we see the very densely populated area, and we have to be more solidary with the rest of the world exporting this. But we can only do that if we are able to well manage our resources. To produce food, we need water. We need water for energy, for power. Water is important for everything. It's important to have a comprehensive management of our resource. Now, what about water security in our region? It is so important for all kinds of development, but we must think of cross-border basins. 71% of our fresh water is between countries, taking up 60% of territory, where 40% of the population lives. And we are responsible with these cross-border basins for 40% of the world's biodiversity. Only in South America, 38 of these basins, and in Central America, we find 29 of them. The three topics that the bank believes there should be a clear consensus has to do with funding, investment, and governance. In terms of infrastructure, we are devoting 0.34% of our GDP on that. And at this pace, we will take a whole century to meet SDGs. We are investing in sanitation less than one third of what should be invested to meet these goals. That is the first challenge, and we should have a clear commitments to that extent. Secondly, innovation. If we wish to solve these kinds of settlements, shanty towns that used to be informal but have become formal, or if we were to face the challenges of climate change, as we can see here with the dumping of sewage and floods, we have to do things differently in order to close this gap with less investment and faster. But innovation is not just digital, it has to be operational with new construction, modern schemes, and participative social, because the affected and the beneficiaries must be involved in decision making. We must also work in green infrastructure projects to change what's happening in our territories. And finally, governance. We are facing the new normality where pollution, erosion, loss of biodiversity, alteration of hydrological cycles, and climate change make our knowledge and science with their protocols no longer relevant for this reality. Climate change panel concludes that this is now permanent, and it says that climate change will be responsible for $23 trillion by 2050. And that is all GDP of the whole EU or USA. We must change our institutions, our regulatory frameworks, and we must strengthen training. And the way we do governance, the current models will no longer allow us to attend climate change. Decisions made having to do with water scarcity in order to bring it for food production and consumption must be done at the level of the basins. The global challenges will only be able to be attended through local solutions. Our generation is the one that is in charge of solving this problem. We're not responsible for the past, but we are responsible for tackling this challenge. And finally, I call on action towards rural areas. Our region has given our back into these areas. We must talk now about an appropriate rural system with good solutions and a rural system that is resilient, healthy, productive. And this, I think, is one of the big commitments that we should achieve in this conference. I now then open this panel. I give the floor to the Vice Chancellor from Bolivia, Freddy Mamani. You have the floor. Thank you. Let me first greet Mr. Sergio Campos from IDB, as well as all panelists and those who are participating in this event. Latin America and the Caribbean. Our development is very much related to water. And we are all related through cross-border aquifers and basins. Our region holds at least 77 basins and 51 aquifers that are shared between 2 or 3 countries. And as we said, 77% of fresh water in the continent is found in these places. Many of these basins are under bilateral or multilateral agreements in terms of their management. And this is to ensure that all of these basins are covered by these kinds of arrangements. That is one of the goals of the 23 agenda. For Bolivia, we allocate a lot of importance between dialogue between different countries. And I think that we should have this as a pillar for our foreign policy. And we have some agreements that emphasize sustainability, science, and that promote the equitable use of resources. In our country is amongst some of the most important basins, such as the Amazon, La Plata, and Endorreica. All of these are shared between neighboring countries, and we have at least 8 organizations and basin mechanisms involved. We have been working to reach consensus that will allow us for comprehensive, fair, reasonable, sustainable management of our water resources, as well as lifestyles related to them. And Bolivia, in view of the UN Conference on Water to be held soon, we must reflect in our region on the importance of water for life, having a perspective of these core cross-border water as an element for articulation, cooperation, and development with the equilibrium and harmony between all, not leaving behind ever our respect to Mother Earth. In 21, we promoted the first meeting of organizations at La Plata Basin in December last year. We deepened the exchange of knowledge and experiences in cooperation and management of cross-border basins. There we held the second international symposium on international water for Latin America and the Caribbean, with the participation of 18 countries in the region, 200 participants from different sectors, international organizations, academia, amongst others having to do with water. And we also had the participation of native people. There we heard about the importance of strengthening cooperation and integration at different levels in order to have a comprehensive, reasonable, sustainable use of these cross-border waterways in international agreements and with full responsibility in view of the new crises that threaten water. Bolivia shares the main conclusions stemming from that second symposium in terms of the actions that must be pursued to speed up progress in terms of the management of these cross-border water bodies. We need to strengthen the mechanisms for the management of these waters, strengthening the existing agreements, or perhaps creating others for even better management, going forward towards water governance that is inclusive, participative, including all levels of management, whether they be local or regional, that will realize and value the importance of water management, recognizing good practices, ancestral knowledge, and the knowledge of native people that have a cosmos vision looking at water as a means of life with a lot of spirituality involved. And we want to deepen the knowledge of the cross-border waters, leveling out the monitoring capabilities with the interconnected systems, better dated with territorial coverage.
Management models with a watershed approach and other technologies that are necessary that will allow us to make decisions based on knowledge and technical information and scientific information to increase capacity building in the region in terms of knowledge exchange and best practice exchange and shared watersheds, transferring them to the different levels, going from planning to actual intervention in the watershed. So the effective implementation of programs and projects and research and others that are strategically generated, for which we need to make progress in a financing portfolio cross-border that is accessible, more dynamic, and with more responsive financing to the requirements of the countries and their cross-border watershed organizations to mobilize technical and financial resources of North-South cooperation, considering also South-South cooperation through more agile and less bureaucratic mechanisms to transcend technical cooperation in terms of cross-border water bodies to cooperation based on coexistence of human systems, ecosystems, and also to make progress towards a regional alliance and a dynamic agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of cross-border water resources. These were the results of the second international symposium in La Paz. The third cross-border symposium will take place this year in one of the countries that are part of the group, Salvador, Guatemala, or Honduras. And of course, we'd like to we have expectations about the decision in terms of who is going to host this. February the 2nd is the day of wetlands. And this was discussed also during the symposium, highlighting the importance of adopting comprehensive wetland Ramsar sites that are vulnerable also or seriously affected, as well as the importance of recovering them. This means to guarantee the life of our wetlands, actions that need to be prioritized in this decade, considering that wetlands on the planet have been degraded 3 times faster compared to the loss of forests that coincide with the challenges that have been mentioned due to the climatic crisis. We firmly believe that in order to answer to these challenges, it is important to change our anthropocentric vision and to make progress in recognizing and exercising the water rights, and not only for human use, but also to make those rights to water effective to all living beings of our Earth, of Mother Earth. The challenges we have ahead of us are broad. We are at a crossroads in order to define strategies and commitments that will promote sufficient and sustainable use of our cross-border watersheds that protect the life systems that supply the water to our Mother Earth, to strengthen the relationship among states and peoples. We're also faced with a huge challenge of making water to become an element that not only fosters integration, but also peace among our peoples, a resource that will push us to cooperate among all sectors stakeholders and at all levels, so that in that way, uh, inclusively, to share best practices, the difficulties and challenges, and cross-border water security, as well as promoting consensus and defining management policies that are more effective and collaborative, generating collective decisions, avoiding the expansion or unilateral measures on shared watersheds and the living systems in our Mother Earth. We finally expect the proposals that we are making during this event will allow us to make progress towards a new achievements, and so that we can actually echo the necessary actions in the water conference of the United Nations that is going to take place in next March to guarantee water as a element of life, of integration, and of peace building among our people. So thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, vicecanciller.
Thank you. Would like to offer the floor to the Environmental Organization of the Ministry of Environmental Sustainable Development, Colombia, Francisco Canal. Good morning again. Thank you. Please, if you could please show my presentation. This presentation is mostly focused on the topics of cooperation, territorial cooperation, and at lower scales beyond cross-border watersheds or shared wetlands in the region. Water, territory, and sustainability to organize territory around water. That is the overarching topic that we are using within the framework of the national development of the government in Colombia. Our history of national policy for water resources management dates back to 2010, and we are updating that policy, but under a new approach that somehow intends to drive it from the government. The classic national water resource policy, I'm not going to delve into the details of it because they, of course, connect supply, demand, and quality, information, governance, and institutional strengthening. The legacy we have from the water resource policy, which is the national program for demand management, a national program on underground water or water governance program, or water resources monitoring system, or research program for comprehensive management of water resources, strengthening articulation and standardization of watershed instruments and aquifer instruments from the national water regulation system, and the national program to control water contamination. After a decade, there are still important challenges. I'd like to mention the challenge of territorial organization around water, the issue of water governance, somewhat similar to the situation that are showing the realities of our countries in Latin America and in the Caribbean. In that light, there are a number of environmental challenges. These maps actually say that 26% of the territory, both insular and continental territory, is a territory that is water. There is a human footprint since 2015 that has had an impact on close to 65% of the national water territory. With significant impact, we have a huge opportunity in terms of restoration, with a significant potential from the point of view of rehabilitation and restoration and reclaiming in the framework of climate change, considering carbon markets, carbon sequestration is quite relevant. It is important both in terms of controlling deforestation as well as rehabilitation and restoration processes. And of course, we are number 33 out of 180 from the point of view of climate risk. This is simply an exercise to know that our wager is focused on resilience and climate sustainability, and the concept of rehabilitation and restoration will play a significant role in our process. In that sense, We have the foundation for the new Colombia Potencia Mundial de la Vida National Development Plan with 5 major transformations with several groups of differential stakeholders looking for peace, trying to achieve macroeconomic stability and the pluriannual plan of investment. Among these 5 transformations, I'd like to mention the first one, which is organization of the territory around water and environmental justice. The environmental sector is also linked with the 4th transformation, internationalization, transformation of production for life and climate action, and also in terms of regional convergence. We are going through a change and a transition, therefore, the topic of huge transformations. In the transformation of the territorial transformation around water and environmental justice, which is the main transformation, with a series of purposes, development and planning of the territory with environmental justice, with water at the center of it, reducing environmental conflicts, increasing the care for nature, for the adaptation and climatic resilience, rural reform with access to land, avoiding indiscriminate urban expansion, also of the agricultural boundaries, preserving strategic ecosystems so that the most vulnerable population can withstand climatic change, and the organization of the territory with governance, participation in environmental justice. Among the programs that we have highlighted, territorial programs for organization and governance around water. In that sense, water is the articulating pillar that is the basis for the policies to plan and to use the territories. In a context of climatic variability, water becomes an organizational element that is fundamental. In that sense, we have prioritized 13 regions in the country, in which we will work using the principle of territorial organization around water, such as Santa Marta, Mojana, Sabana de Bogota, and simply a concept of water region of this valley that I'd like to call your attention on regarding the concept of water regions. An emphasis not to leave aside watersheds, but the territories that are organized around the concept that we have dubbed water regions. The prioritization criteria for these territories that we have seen, the environmental importance of water and its biodiversity, significant intervention processes on the territory that worsen the crisis, deforestation, urbanization, large-scale mining, wetland degradation, pollution, the existence of multiple social stakeholders and also institutional and territorial stakeholders that converge in the territory. Water governance and territory governance also is done through stakeholders, experience of articulation of social water processes and governance agreements. Back in the 50s, comprehensive management of water was based on the supply. In the 80s, this was based on demand. In the 90s, such management was based on comprehensive water resources management. And now we are going through a transition, innovation into comprehensive water and territory management. It is not only about comprehensive water resources management, but also the water and territorial management with an evolution of the models, an emphasis on management, water security. It is much more complex, comprehensive and proactive. The need for articulated and participatory technical and ecosystemic and economic and variability-based analysis, and also considering climate change. In that sense, that's why we have mentioned this concept of the environmental organization of the territory in the way in which we have transformed territories has caused the country to be much more vulnerable, increasing natural disasters, both in rural areas and also the cities in a context of variability and climate change. It is necessary, therefore, to modify the way in which we use and transform the territory. And in that sense, we consider that water is the most, it's the sound element that we need to use to organize the territory. How to do it in the context of a environmental crisis, not only climatic crisis of biodiversity, pollution crisis, is a cascading effect of the different crises that we heard of yesterday, the pandemic, and the whole process. So in that perspective, territorial organization and governance systems, we're trying to work them jointly. I won't dwell on these two slides that are more descriptive.
Digamos, en el proceso.
There's a pathway for implementing the process. We have the perspective for measurement and tracking, but then we go to the concept of water region, where the territories are or organized around water. Sustainable, equity, the sustainable management of water implies a clear definition of its boundaries and consider the essential criteria of the functional contribution of ecosystem in order to ensure water supply and treatment of sewage water through three main criteria: hydrographic criteria that consider water system built water system, not only the natural water system, but also the built water system. Ecosystemic criteria that correct for areas of specific environmental interest, and the political and administrative criteria. The environmental sector has worked a lot in the hydrographic and ecosystemic criteria, but has not related effectively with the political and administrative part. In this sense, we have one experience for the Valley of Atrix. This is the region of the Valley of Atrix, where we have ecosystem, 11 municipalities ecosystem, the built water system, which is in purple, where the intervention of aqueduct companies from the perspective of dealing with climate change become essential stakeholders at the territorial level. They know where water comes from and where water goes to. They receive water concessions and they have the responsibility, are responsible for spilling water. Another experience is for Bogota, 53 municipalities that are constitute a water region. And to end, what are water regions? These are the space that link territorial entities, environmental authorities, and other stakeholders and the criteria of homogeneity, complementarity, functional relationship, cooperation, equity, favoring joint actions that go beyond jurisdictional boundaries and generate regional sustainability processes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister, for your presentation. And now we give the floor to the coordinator of Climate Change and Risk Unit from the Central American Commission for Environment and Development, Raúl Artiga. Thank you very much. Thank you to ECLAC for organizing this space, and it is extremely relevant for us, for Central American region, to be able to set up this space for analysis and discussion, but particularly of commitment around a very essential agenda for life, such as the water agenda. And there's a few minutes I'm going to share with you the efforts developed by the Central American Integration System through CCAD. It is made up by 8 countries. And in practice, we are developing this effort in the different areas of development from the environmental, economic, and social dimension. It is important. It is important to provide you an overview for you to understand why and where we are trying to respond to this agenda. Central American region, including Dominican Republic and this integration system, we have 71 million people. Most of these people are concentrated in urban areas. And in this specifically, this is very relevant in terms that The population settles essentially in the Pacific area, basin where there's lower availability of water, even though if you see the data, we have a very significant water capital, but it cannot be considered as a region that have water scarcity, but we have problems of water management issues. And this is what we are trying to respond through an integration and support effort and the cooperation among the 8 countries that make up the system. It is also important to indicate that in territorial terms, we have ecosystemic dynamic that also set trends for water resources. Our natural water resources is not naturally regularly distributed across the territory. In some areas are the high water stress and high pressure, and other in territories that have the larger population concentration, and also with the most vulnerable population settling in. What we are doing in our integration system, we have a framework regional strategy which includes tending to the environmental quality, sustainable forest, sustainable landscape, sea resources protection. And I'm going to share the water resource comprehensive management. Essentially, our work agenda based on a governance scheme that we have, which is based on regional technical committees that involving environmental authorities. It targets 4 main outcomes for a 5 years planning period. The first outcome, which for us is essential intent, is to provide the region with enough information elements in order to generate effective and efficient management. It's the survey of knowledge management, water information, and information that will allow for sustainable decision making on water resources. There is a crucial governance element that I will repeat at the end of my presentation. Second outcome deals with building or setting up solutions for protecting and restoring priority water resources in each country by implementing technology, promoting a new water culture, and economic instrument or tools to appreciate and value the resources. It is important to indicate that in considering the presence of such a significant natural resources, Central American society does not appreciate too much value. We lack a culture of optimizing the use of these water resources, nor they have a adequate water management. Third outcome, around which we are working, is about having the ability to manage hydrometeorological phenomena that impact a highly vulnerable region. Central America is located between 2 oceans. It's a fine line of territory that suffers current climate change phenomena, and it represents a scenario of recurring phenomena of drought and floods that are impacting our ability to progress. And the fourth outcome, as the previous presentation also mentioned, is the management of transboundary watershed. This is it's politically motivated in the framework of CCID and the countries in order to ensure that management and development mechanisms in the management of this shared territory become shared workspaces, collaborative shared spaces, and such examples such as the ones that I will mention, so the plan Trifinio that represents exactly the type of solution that we are looking for and promoting. finally, we have a level of effort in international cooperation and around this water agenda and our work going from the logic of knowledge management, getting to water security at the regional level, to capacity building, technical capacity building, but also capacity building around process of decision making at the regional level to increase, expand good practices and such as the Ipilco watershed that experiences the leverage the linkage of regional stakeholders with territorial solutions. And also, we are betting for increasing the ability to respond to the flood and drought phenomena that require responsible responses from national authorities and local stakeholders linked to territories. And finally, the cooperation in terms of water goes through needs an essential political dialogue among our countries, a dialogue and discussion that demands answers and commitment, which are not always the most good ones or proper ones, but we are conducting a sustained effort around that. And most of the advantages of having this type of integration system, such as the one, the Central American integration, is that it fosters South-South cooperation and learning among countries on better best practices, lesson learned, and the search for innovative solutions and answers that come from the territory up to the national and regional levels, that we are able to look for harmonizing this South-South cooperation efforts. Our priorities also deal with governance in the management of water resources, the knowledge about water resources to be able to better manage it. This goes by appreciating water as an essential element that allows us to go for a new water culture. We need to build solutions from a geopolitical platform, technical cooperation platforms, we need accountable authorities and acknowledge the actions of territorial stakeholders that target those regional and the regional cooperation. Thank you. This is what we wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we give the floor to the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, Alexandra Moreira. Thank you, Sergio. It's a pleasure. And thank you to CEPAL for inviting the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. I'm going to start my presentation. I'm going to speak about the Amazon watershed. It's speaking about the biggest fresh water in the planet. It's the biggest hydro watershed in the world with over 6 million square kilometers, meaning that it represents 44% of the territory of South America.
In terms of fresh water, we account for 20% for the whole world, which it's in South America means 70%. We are an inhabited basin, 48 million inhabitants. We are in the 8 countries sharing this watershed. Out of the 800 indigenous peoples, as mentioned by Vice Minister Mamani, 420 are living in this region. And I believe we all know that's the biggest tropical forest. We have most of the biodiversity in the planet, 40% of South America. Out of that 40%, 80% is in the Amazonia. And these territory, it's critical for a shared management with Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Suriname, Peru, and Venezuela made a decision to work in the harmonious management for sustainable development, but in different along different lines. Water resources is the reason of this meeting. Therefore, I will elaborate on that. So what are we doing? We want to guarantee water security and a comprehensive or integrated management of our water resources. This is a challenge across borders. Governments, agencies working as basin managers, we understand that. Countries on their own cannot achieve SDGs or any other goals. So we have for efficient management of water. We need shared efforts with a regional approach, and this is what we have been doing. The 8 countries in our basin, we have a shared vision. In 2018, after strategic plans of the watershed, we have some sort of sectoral planning, allowing us to implement different works. Let me address only some of the projects. What are we doing in order to work on adding the meeting of the national goal of our own countries? We are implementing 19 national interventions through GAF and United Nations programs funding with early warning systems, nature-based solutions, um, alternatives for water supply in urban centers because of glacier problems. Glaciers, as in Amazonia, we started in the Andean ecosystems, and of course, we have the Amazon River. And with few resources, we try to um, put our efforts together to collaborate with binational, trinational goals among the 8 countries. That's how we do things. The international cooperation has allowed us to implement a regional observatory, the Amazon Regional Observatory, working on different approaches. One of them are water resources. This is the Situation Room, thanks to the contribution of the National Water Authority and the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, because as part of our agency, we do have the South-South cooperation plus German cooperation. We have been able to build this observatory in this situation room that will allow us to implement these networks and hydrological monitoring in terms of water quality, and we'll also be working um, erosion, settling, water ecosystem monitoring, environmental condition of the head rivers. These are networks. These are systems which are up and running, and from these monitoring network, we have about 300 and 400 points to work with real-time information. However, we do need combining this satellite monitoring, including space altimetry, to cover the whole footprint of the basin. You all know how difficult early warning systems are, how difficult it is to monitor these big water bodies. So we need technology innovation. This observatory means that our public managers in all 8 countries can work with these management tools, but then we can cross-reference data on hydroclimatic vulnerability, indigenous peoples territory, forest fires, and in a multi-dimension and multi-sectoral axis. With the IDB, one of our strategic partners, we are working on a regional platform. It's called Nexus, using this logic of putting together water, energy, and food. This is the first region working such a huge coverage in these type of models to learn the water balance of our basin, building our own models apply to our region, but also having these forecasts, having our own climate scenarios, not only predictive but also corrective scenarios. We want to share some of these results in March in New York. We also have the regional plan for drinking water, basic sanitation, and management of solid wastes. Our region, despite our wealth, we've been very affected in terms of access to drinking water and basic services in the Amazonia. In a year, we can have a new portfolio of projects with specific results to have so as to have a better work in staffing, therefore helping and cooperating with other countries to meet the obligations of SDGs. Last but not least, let me just refer to a couple of projects we are working on with the IDB and the United Nations program. This first quarter, we will introduce the sustainable management of the Amazon aquifer and the improvement of water security to increase climate resilience. But let me dwell on these two projects because what we find is the need of opening or building more cooperation in view of a regional cooperation. The 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 funds we have access to have a national approach. We believe that working in these such big regions, both international cooperation as well as development banks should have windows for cross-border work, financial mechanisms for these type of activities are critical. We are also facing dual asymmetry, so we do not have so much knowledge and scientific information on the changes in the distribution, quantity, and quality of water resources, as well as for both ground and surface water. So international cooperation, some funds, it's not open for these type of cooperation. Therefore, these dual asymmetries we find in managing water resources, innovation, technology, and financial cooperation, it's very much needed. It's important to eliminate these asymmetries by regionalizing the cooperation and benefits to access these new technologies, apply research, and artificial intelligence, which we need in the different monitoring systems and management tools. On the other hand, these resources should increase consistently with the size of the area of implementation. We need financial resources, fresh financial resources, new financial resources, but also sustainable financial resources. We've faced we have experienced international cooperation, but they say that we have a we're not enough profitable. But if we analyze the hard facts in our region, we that international cooperation, financial resources, technology, and innovation come back to our region in order to meet with all the multilateral agendas we have ahead. Not only SDGs, climate change, biodiversity, and of course the agenda that will be discussed after this water conference. So I believe ECLAC plays a major role because you have a view to generate this storytelling of valuing these needs so that access to these cooperation, the access to these financial resources is not limited by these grading systems. I believe I've extended my time allotment, but I believe I have finished my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. Now, the Secretary General of Andean Community, Mr. Pedraza, you have the floor. Let me skip the protocols just to welcome the ministers and vice ministers attending this panel. The Central American Commission on the Environment, WOTCA, the Trifinio Plan, IDB, the different governments attending this segment, Colombia and Bolivia. Let me thank ECLAC for the invitation, which for us is an obligation. This is a must, as put it by Mr. Cannell, speaking on behalf of President Petro of Colombia. It's working for life. We are working for water. And this is nothing new. If we go back, though our indigenous communities were the best managers of sustainability, of pipes, of deep contamination. So I heard this morning says that 100,000 years being predators of nature. I believe our cultures were responsibly managing their resources, and we have to go back on track. So this is an important opportunity to contribute to the establishment of these agenda for water, so that we can share with them the contents of these discussions, so that we can ask the world consistent water policy. I agree with Alexandra just said. It is not possible that in order uh, to eliminate cooperation, countries tell us that we are rich countries. No, I don't believe that is a good argument so as to stop cooperation. The Amazon River, the Amazonia, the Andean community, we account for 20% of the biodiversity in the planet, 10% of the fresh water in the planet, and we supply air because we account for 33% of the forest in the planet. And this is not subject to profits, right? That's why we've built an agenda, which is part of the Bolivian presentation as presented by Vice Minister Mamani. And Colombia's view, as well as Colombia and Ecuador and Colombia, Vice Minister Oscar presented yesterday. So we are working so as to have a contribution in that view, the government in building this agenda, so that we, along these nearly 54 years, we can contribute from the meeting of the compliance with the Cartagena agreement, which set the guidelines for environmental compliance to assimilate the problems of sustainability, which are extremely important today, and that's a priority for us, for countries. That is why we are now going into action. Since 1920, we've been building an Andean environmental charter, which is an unseen document with fundamental principles and guidelines, structural fight against climate change, mitigation of climate change effects, and protection of biodiversity. Those axes have vital elements. That's six of them. One of them, fight against illegal mining, something we're working on. Comprehensive management of water, as we've thoroughly discussed this morning. Prevention and reaction to response to disasters. Management of wastes and chemicals. Illegal mining and the promotion of circular economy. So we've built this catalog of principles allowing us to be innovative in terms of policy. We are in the process of developing from our Andean Mining Committee, the Andean Committee to fight the disasters, But we're also developing this environmental charter through diagnosis, which has been already finalized. And then we are putting together an environmental platform, the Andean environmental platform, which is a dynamic technological tool that will provide real-time information and surveillance based on satellite resources to preserve our natural resources. And again, the fight against illegal mining, still, which is the international community should have a statement on that, because that's the illegal management of weapons, resources, trafficking of people, and then the degradation of ecosystems. That is why our task is quite dynamic, and we are developing. We have done this, is supported with the Colombian agency. I will ask the Vice Minister to find additional support for sustainability of this environmental platform. At the end of the day, this is not just for us. This is a responsibility towards the planet. Likewise, we've been developing last year the Regional Andean Forum on Water, through which we have an exchange on the evolution and the current situation and the forecast of water management and water resources in our area, in our jurisdiction. It's 4.5 million square kilometers. And of course, any policy aims at being on the right track to meet the SDGs, comply with the SDG 6, and of course, by 2030, and then for us is our first responsibility, top priority. Thus, our environmental charter aims at that, and we are still working on these elements. But we cannot do this on our own. This panel is cooperation. Unless we cooperate, unless we work together, unless we use institutional convergence and multi-sectoral governance to work on infrastructure, to work on even with a gender-based policy. Several presentations reference has been made to it, and also, of course, intercultural action. Unless we do that, we are not doing things right. Otherwise, we will not be successful.
And that is why I call on everyone under the leadership of ECLACA to profit from this extremely important forum and preparatory agenda, so that this becomes one of the messages we take to New York. It's time to leave discourse behind and act. I think the world also owes Latin America, and we have this natural reserve here. And let me tell you that we are making headway in the decision 744. Have in mind this policy, and we are going to work together with Yorka for the observatory in the use of mercury. And there we are developing a very important policy to that respect. I would like to insist, as of the Andean community, we express our strong belief and conviction and desire to continue following from the institution all efforts that may be adopted to protect biodiversity, because that is what we must do, protect life. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. I now give the floor to the Secretary of Cooperation, SEGIPA, Ms. Lorena Larios. You have the floor, madam. We have no audio.
¿Me escucha?
Mientras solucionamos, secretaria, le
Bueno,
vamos a pedir que
we while we solve the technical issue, we will go on into the next speaker, and you will be on afterwards, madam. So we will now give the floor to Lisette Hernandez, Executive Secretary of the Treaty for the Execution of the Trifinio Plan. You have the floor, Ms. Elizabeth. I thank the organizers of this very important dialogue. It's a privilege to share the experiences of the Trifinio Plan. And we ratify the commitment of the states belonging to Trifinio in order to get water to become an integrating factor amongst our nations. My presentation has to do with the institutional framework that is so important for the development of all actions adopted. Cooperation, that is also part of the agenda we've been working with. And finally, I will bring you lessons learned and challenges encountered. The Trifinio area faces challenges such as poverty, lack of food security, environmental vulnerability, and it's a permanent area of transit for people who go into other countries. There's an important corridor to that extent, and there are basic needs that must be provided in that corridor. We also have shared ecosystems and issues in governance together with the other countries part of the plan. We are now in the midst of change, technological, economic, social, that we must face. The Trifinio Plan began in the 70s because of the concern of many states to maintain the Monte Cristo mountain forests. The governments got together and prepared an agenda to overcome the differences during those days, especially because of the wars in Central America during the 80s. The Trifinio Plan came about as evidence of political will of the governments to get together with a common plan to work on the Trifinio region. What's really important behind this initiative whereby the treaty Trifinio was signed in the 90s and it went on until 2001. As a result, we have been able to have different working schemes defining this as an indivisible territory with a single action from the governments to overcome all differences and to have this common agenda. That common topic is water, cross-border border waterways covering different surface and groundwaters that are connected beyond borders. So with the biological connectivity that is very important for the area. We must also say that this structure has a commission that is a permanent forum of the highest possible level, made up by composed by vice presidents. Yesterday, for example, we had the vice president of El Salvador here. It's an important space in order to encourage policies amongst these three countries, always respecting each country's regulation. But this allows for a regulatory framework that is scopier. We also wish to highlight the importance of Trifinio. The area that I show here involves 45 municipalities from the three countries. And here we see the birth of the three most important bases, creating economic, environmental, biodiversity importance. Matagua is shared with Guatemala, Ulua with Honduras, and the Lempo is involved with the three countries. This territory is very important for these governments because it creates environmental services. It's a model of cross-border territorial cooperation and also of Central American integration. It came as a pilot project, gaining experiences with new agendas according to the latest demands of the area, and naturally involving a lot of capacity building. Water is extremely important. All of us have talked about this. And why? Because it creates economic, environmental goods as well as being involved in the quality of the life of the inhabitants. There's a regulatory framework that been signed by the three countries. There is a shared water agenda that has been developed and is constantly updated. And there's a water agenda also between these countries. This, through the master plan, allows us to implement all of the projects that will contribute to the indicators. And this, in turn, is also involved in the gender program. The trinational water agenda has many important elements such as governance, citizen participation. As a result, we are constantly improving our legal framework, and we also improve on our organization chart. This legal framework is permanently revised. And why? Because the laws and policies from these countries don't always are not always harmonized. So that is why we must constantly update this. We're also working in coverage of water and sanitation. There's a big gap here because very few of these sites have full coverage. Then we go into the management of our resources, improve the quality of the water, and that has to do with implementation of good practices that are sustainable, environmental education, the preservation of forests, and having always in mind the basin perspective, both in Monte Cristo as well as in the protected areas in that same territory. I must also mention knowledge management as part of our agenda that has to do with the creation of water information, updating, monitoring, control of water pollution, research, education, and management in order to create data that will aid decision making. Take advantage of resources that has to do with water capture programs, the use of water development of programs and irrigation. We do have a positive water balance here, but there are some seasons where there is a less availability of water for the population. The master plan, as part of our strategic long-term agenda, has four programs. The third one is entitled Climate Change and Comprehensive Management. And this is one of the most important topics in the agenda between the three countries. So we share aquifers, lakes, basins, and as a result, we have to have a constant agenda between these three countries in order to make headway. Now, how is it that this plan contributes to SDG 6 especially 6.5, 1 and 6.52. Well, we do have the necessary regulation in order to measure policies. We do have the appropriate institutionality. We are part of the financing committee to figure out how the fund that is being provided by IDB is going to be allocated. We also see the impact on the basins of the three countries to set up the work that must be done in that area. The Trifinio plan has the commitment to push forward this agenda in that territory. We can only do this with a constant follow-up of our partners throughout the history of this organization.
Las que están
And currently, the institutions that are managing projects that have supported us in this agenda. Um, the role of the Trifino Commission is to coordinate the public-private institutional arrangement, based organizations and civil society to drive a work agenda focused on sustainable development, which should be much broader beyond mere water. So this shared effort of the three countries is summarized in the will to build a governance capacity in the territory and to be an institution that will make financing more dynamic, but also reviewing the impacts and generating development opportunities in the environmental, social, and economic fields for a population of more than 1 million inhabitants in this area, and all those who live around the watershed uh, based on the layout of these watersheds in the territory. And just to ratify also that we are in a process, a shared decision-making process to be part of the new conference and to make a statement regarding all the work we would like to drive and support in the countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lisette, for the presentation. We'd like to offer the floor to Ambassador Larios, um, Segib Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Campos. Good afternoon from Madrid and good morning, everyone in Santiago, and to all those who are connected with us virtually from different places in Latin America. At Segib, we are very pleased to have been invited to this very important venue. We are convinced about the importance, and we have been listening with lots of interest the statements of all the representatives of the governments as well as of the different organizations involved in water resources management that focus on countries from the regional perspective as well as local governments. I'd like to greet as well, and of course, our friends from FILAC who are there in the room. And in that sense, I'd like to thank ICLAC's work in organizing this very important process, a substantial reflection process from which I know, I'm sure, important statements will come out to bring to United Nations Water Conference. In this endeavor of us regarding water resources and sanitation in Latin America and the Caribbean, it's been quite inclusive and broad. And as a result, we can see the very significant participation and engagement of countries and regional organizations that are present in this forum. In the Ibero-American context, comprehensive management of water resources has been part of the identity in how environmental issues have been addressed from the very first ministers' meeting in 2001. Priority revolved around water as a line of work, and along this presentation, we're going to cover some of the instruments we at SEHIB can manage and how we can interact and develop institutional convergence process with
development banking system with the government and other institutions to have a bigger impact and to achieve better results. And this is very important work that is the interest of all of us. From the Cooperation Secretariat, Steve, first I'd like to mention what here's where the Conference of the American Directors of Water was born, CODIA. It is a network that is part of the Ibero-American system, and after 2 decades of uninterrupted work, has become the most consolidated venue for technical cooperation among countries regarding water and sanitation in the region. In this regional cooperation panel in terms of water from SEHIV, it is important to underscore the work that the Ibero-American directors work does because of 3 reasons. First one, because it reflects cooperation in Ibero-America, cooperation that is based on solidarity and on dialogue. Second, because it has very specific outcomes by strengthening public policies through the SDG 6 indicators or the cleaning and sanitation roadmap that responds to requirements of countries that has been formulated collectively as these types of instruments are done in the Inter-American or Ibero-American system. Is done. And third, because there is knowledge and expertise to build a sound basis in order to continue to build more actions with a broader scope. From SEGIB, we believe that is quite right to connect CODIA from the beginning to this process that will lead to this dialogue that is taking place now. CODIA has contributed in terms of training and the education of hundreds of professionals regarding water and sanitation. And at the same time, they have supported countries in order to structure national legislation regarding water resources management and has consolidated networks and alliances among the authorities, as well as those who are involved in the Ibero-American training program. International institutions that are specialized on these matters. CODIA also has a broad supply of training services focused on professionals in order to develop comprehensive management in all aspects, highlighting training sessions regarding watershed organizations, groundwater comprehensive management, and nature-based solutions, among many others. If you keep in mind that the purpose of this panel is a call to action to strengthen water cooperation among countries in the region, from SEHIB, we would like to highlight the value of this network and the potential that it has in order to strengthen the cooperation regarding water and sanitation matters, of course, after the United Nations Conference on Water. In Ibero-America, just like CODIA, we also have the Ibero-American Network of Climate Change Offices, the Meteorological Services Directors Conference in Ibero-America. Of course, they are a significant networking effect of stakeholders and a very consolidated communications platform that will address the challenges that we face today for sustainable development and to face the effect of the climate change. In November 2022, for example, in the joint meeting of the water and meteorology networks, dialogue was facilitated among these sectors whose coordination is key in order to make progress in developing climatic services applied to comprehensive or integrated water resources management, or for the implementation of early warning systems in order to manage hydrometeorological risks such as drought and floods, among others. These 2 examples that I've just mentioned are part of the type of density in cooperation or technical cooperation that take place in the Ibero-American context, of which there is a systematic practice. Please allow me now to refer to the linkage between this work with instances regarding our top decision makers, and of course our heads of states, but also in this very specific field, which are the ministers of the environment of our member countries. Ibero-American environment ministers agreed to position Ibero-America as a cooperation space committed to the environment and the fight against climate change, conservation, and sustainable use of biodiversity. That is why they decided to consolidate Ibero-American stakeholders that address environmental matters involving environment ministers, Ibero-American networks, the ROCE, climate change observatory, and also in some of the meetings they mentioned that also uh, the uh, the Amazonia Cooperation Treatment Organization was also joined. That meeting that took place in last June in Dominican Republic, the environment ministers identified topics related to water cycle as strategic pillars, and we were instructed to strengthen cooperation in this dimension. The fact that all risks in the region associated to climate change will mean consequences derived from water management as an impact on food security that is derived from drought or floods or land displacement, risk of pandemic, impact on public utilities infrastructure, and others, makes it a topic in which Iberoamerica has significant legitimacy to have a say. In the next heads of state meeting that will take place in Santo Domingo next March 25th, that coincides with the date of the United Nations Water Conference, two key instruments will be adopted that are eligible the frameworks to reinforce cooperation in terms of water and sanitation issues. The first one is the 4-year cooperation plan in Iberoamerica, in which countries have defined a specific action line in terms of comprehensive water resources management. Likewise, we're working on adopting an Ibero-American environmental letter or charter that has already been approved by the 22 environment ministers. And this letter also covers each one of the environmental crises that have been identified by United Nations, a thematic pillar focused on water resources, which is a significant context due to the political support and the development of technical cooperation and political cooperation actions regarding water. In this regard, please allow me to congratulate and thank the work of the Ministry of the Environment of Colombia, Mr. Francisco, Vice Minister Francisco Canas. This political stance regarding this topic at that level had not been possible without the technical cooperation actions that are already taking place within the framework of the Ibero-American networks that I've already mentioned, and the capacity of a CEGIB and Cumbres system to capitalize on it and to make it more visible in the ministerial meetings, of course, at the highest level possible at the summit of heads of states and governments. Please count on the fact that within the framework of these instruments from CEGIB and with the support of CULIA, in coordination with the other networks, we will be one more ally to deepen the cooperation in terms of water and sanitation to position this very important topic in the agendas of the heads of states. And next March, when the water conference is running and the Ibero-American Summit of Heads of States is also running, we will be in a context of a significant visibility of the challenges regarding water resources management. And that will be the time in which both events will be running. That's when we need to make the best out of that. Please count on the American cooperation with our institution as a platform to continue facilitating responses to the challenges that all our countries face in these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. And now I give the floor to the advisor to the Pan American Health Organization, Mr. Eduardo Ortiz. Good morning. Do you listen to me? Yes, yes, we can see you very well. Thank you. With the fantastic, marvelous virtuality, I'm transmitting from Guatemala to Spain, so people could listen to us in Chile and all over the world, because we are sure there are many other points around the world that are listening. As you know, the Pan American Health Organization is an institution that reinforces national authorities in building evidence and information to make the best decision possible. In this building evidence and information for the decision making, we have been building a whole work, and that we're going to talk about later. I won't repeat. Everybody has taken about talking about here about progress made in Latin American water sanitation. Quite positive figures, but there is a delay in the rural area. This area that has been left lagging behind as to water and sanitation, which is reflected in figures from the position of GMP or SDGs, in which we have as a mandate to monitor along with UNICEF. We would say we have not made many progress. We are almost stagnant with little variation in water sanitation. We have not been able to cover 73% in water or not 53% in urban rural areas. And this is reflected in different issues, especially the trends in the services. Even though apparently there's a duplication of safe management in the last 20 years, where there's still large problems in the sector that have not been solved, problems that were not solved in the rural areas. I only have 10 minutes to refer. And the problem is the open air defecation. Maybe in IT, this is nothing new, but we will talk about Brazil, Bolivia, Peru. That will be surprising for us. This has not been handled, or it has been postponed. Same as non-care about diseases. This is a problem that is creating one of the main debts in the sector. TRACFIN instrument provided indicators, 10 indicators that you can see in the table. For instance, total expenditure in the sector, which can be apparently big, but considered from the point of view of GDP is only 1.5%. Some cases much less, like 0.6, such as in Guatemala, or 0.8, such as in Argentina. So the willingness and efforts should be double and reinforced in terms of investment. To use a big number is not telling the truth. This isn't true. We have repeated the exercise in many different countries. In the case of Argentina, they have made it institutional. We can see who is the accountable in order to see it by countries. Even funding and sustainability is critical in the case of Central America. In the short term, it will lead to a huge crisis. There are some positive data, such as Brazil and Argentina, which are very positive, and they are very sustainable. In this chart, it proves that it's irregular because the sector is like that. The great heterogeneity is a big challenge in the sector to reinforce SDG achievement. If we do not double our effort, we would need more than 50 years to really accomplish the target or meet the target of the SDGs. Another topic that is mentioned when discussed is conflict and water, how conflict and water is determinant for us in delivering this service. Conflict may arise by conflict because of the users, non-users, intergenerational, interjurisdiction, and among countries, or institutional conflict, legal framework, lack of consistency between institutional conflict that which generates a conflicting. The mobility is inherent to the water resources and is a condition for its use. The diversity of water uses, consumption and use of water, and the interdependence of user. So everyone who is upstream will put a condition on the use of the one who is downstream. So how to measure scarcity, quality of water and availability of water. How can we measure it? We run an exercise. We run this testing exercise, and we want to invite ICLAC to expand this exercise to more countries. What in the case of Honduras, the greater limit or constraint is the conflict with non-user, the watershed management, agricultural management, etc. Other not. What is a fast conclusion in our cooperation agenda, which includes urgencies, water and sanitation, open air defecation, governance, regulation, and also the issue of conflicts in this case, and also funding. First, it doesn't matter what our views are. In Guatemala, there is an exacerbation of political and ideological topics because we are going through election process. It doesn't matter what model or topic. In the case of Brazil, in the case of Chile, which is a private, sustainable, successful system. What do you need? Clear rules, strong state, and a view of every overview of what the country wants to go for. So this is a political that we need a new vision for water and sanitation. If we speak different thing, we can increase the problem of water and sanitation, but because we always complain about lack of funding, but we need to start talking different things in the different form. If we can make surveys and show that if we keep to water and sanitation solution, you will have a easy to govern country. In Guatemala, Chile, Peru, no matter how much political problem, they don't have this conflict, but we can have a different vision, but we will be able to have a regional overview, a complete different panorama. Thank you, Eduardo. And with that, with the intervention of a PAHO, we conclude the presentation of the panels and want to recap on the most relevant topics before giving the floor to Rayen for the Q&A space. Now I want to highlight Amazon themes. Amazon goes beyond regional biodiversity. It deals with global biodiversity with 20% of fresh water, total fresh water in the world. The importance to look into the details of the mean income of population living in transboundary watershed areas, and the need to reinforce inter-country cooperation and also water resources in Central America, the triennial vulnerability, but the strength of the cooperation agreement of these three binational agreement, how the Andean community is working with a strong environmental chart with a strong structure, and they are making progress towards, importantly, towards the digital streamlining for a proper monitoring as the theme presented by the government of Colombia through land planning around water resources and the contribution of Bolivia in terms of generating global consensus on the importance of transboundary watersheds. Beyond that, during the seminar, I can group a little what the conclusions in four main axes: governance, referring to environmental justice and the significant difference compared to developed country, the importance of change in the model, which is very different to the 50s, the supply model or 2000 model that today needs to include climate change issues, reinforcing cross-border transboundary institution that governance include decision-making at the local level and also create funding sources for transboundary watersheds. In as to management tools and management, sanitation and treatment, sewage water treatment, potable water, the vulnerability or the need to provide indigenous population with access to utilities, streamlining tools with ecosystemic views to work conflict inside the country are larger than between countries, and also to work or go beyond and go for action with investment project to work on early warning systems, the importance to work with observatory, not only of water resources, but also biodiversity observatories, and the work along the together with the protection of biodiversity and the fight against change, climate change. The importance to level capacities among countries, increase technical capacities, increase the knowledge about ecosystems that we have, and also work strongly in the topic of illegal mining and illegal substances. A request to ECLAC to take to the water conference the commitments and progress made in this line, the support of PODIA for 20 years, the commitment to continue to provide support with two specific plans towards the future. And finally, land planning, the views and the approach of land planning around water resources, a reform to rural sector to empower the development of our region, the importance of restoring our ecosystem, work with innovative South-South solutions, and acknowledge the effort the regions are making, and also deal with the problem of the conflict resolution issues. Thanking ECLAC for the holding of this water dialogue and also the importance of water for life and water for peace, the importance of comprehensive management of water resources and advance to a larger institutional cooperation.
Campos.
Thank you to our dear colleague Sergio Campos, and since you were able to have a brilliant condensation of the main points,
let me now offer the floor for, let's say, 2 or 3 questions. Very short, no more than 2 minutes, because we are already late. The back, one here in the front and 2 in the back, and then we will adjourn with a wrap-up message. Good afternoon. Greta Alfaro. I'm from Central America. I was born in Costa Rica. I represent the Latin American Coalition of Youth for Water. I'd like to discuss 2 topics to add in the follow-up of this meeting. One is the Escazú agreement, which is important for access to participation, information, and justice in environmental issues. I come from the country where the Vescasu, and that where Congress has filed the agreement, unfortunately. So as to the conference of climate change that will take place in the United Arab Emirates, as a region which is highly vulnerable to climate change, we should get together to avoid setbacks in the progress and commitment for the reduction of emissions. We always say in these meetings that water is life, but water could be death, and we have to avoid that. No more death in this region because of lack of water, or defending water, or for meteorological phenomena due to climate change, for which we are not ready. Thank you, Kenneth, for your contribution. Next. Good afternoon. Diego Aguilar, Executive Director of Fundación León and the coordinator of the Triangular Plan of the Land European Union. Let me emphasize the importance of triangular cooperation mechanism to solve the scheme of donor and recipient. This has been consolidated as an effective mode thanks to its ability to generate the horizontal relationships, which turns into a critical tool for compliance or meeting the Agenda 2030 and SDG 6 in particular. Among the weaknesses and challenges we face is the lack of an agreed and shared definition of triangular cooperation, the lack of systematic data, and a perception that triangular cooperation has a limited capability to make change. Much on the contrary, triangular cooperation, we believe, has the potential to build bridges and to address urgent issues such as community management of water, gender, water resources, indigenous governance of water, and challenges for public-private articulation in the rural environment. The land program with EU, which I will be discussing tomorrow, it's a clear example of devices and platforms for triangular cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be in this ECLAC meeting. My name is Ricardo Vaca-Rueda, from the International Cooperation Unit, National Authority of Water, Peru. In these meetings, all topics have been focused on integrated management of watersheds as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, water and sanitation. Today, we've discussed a series of funding mechanisms, and I will concur that there is a lack of coverage, especially in rural areas for in the case of sanitation, which are affected because in cities, sanitation coverage is much greater because people have more purchasing power and they can even pay a higher rate, which is not true with indigenous peoples or farmers communities, native communities, and extreme poverty areas. Thus, the mechanisms we have been discussing with the international financial institutions such as World Bank, CAF, BERF, IDB, and other organizations with these mechanisms talked about facilities, and that's my point. The bonds, sections, and that's what I would like to recommend. These international organizations or agencies, when extending loans, take into consideration the poverty level, the purchasing power of such a population. It's not giving a giving a loan to a population in a city It's not the same as a loan for indigenous communities living on hunting, living on fishing. Let me, as presented by the Secretary General of WOTCA, Alexandra Moreira, when it says we are 8 member countries in this the Amazon Cooperation Treaty, and that's Peru. Peru is one of them. So it is important to think on sanitation and these watersheds in the Amazon, where the population, especially in the higher lands, have little resources. So these international agencies have to think that way. I mean, offer facilities. These people that sometimes through their municipalities will not be able to pay those loans that others may have the purchasing power to do so. And here, let me address the fact that Peru is a country with 34 cross-border basins shared with Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, and Chile. Mainly Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil, and Bolivia. They have cross-border watersheds into the Amazon River. But we have informal mining. This informal legal mining is affecting degrading soil, forest, ecosystems, affecting the quality of water. And that is seen in the populated areas. You refer to metals, the presence of metals in the population, and that hydrocarbon spills, for instance, for instance, Peru shares cross-border watersheds with Ecuador. In Ecuador, it's a hydrocarbon spill, but this comes to Peru, much like in Madre de Dios, which goes into Brazil. And as a recommendation is that the OCA should prioritize specific solutions in international cooperation for the solution. We have several examples of successful experiences. We can refer to a successful experience in Colombia, in the Cauca Valley. When there is informal mining, the worst is to abandon those lands. With the rain, those lands will become a desert. So we have to follow that example. After informal mining came the process of reclaiming the reforestation to reclaim the soil, revegetation, agroforestry. They built the livestock operations, but we should not abandon, should not leave these areas behind. Let's follow the successful example of the Han miracle in South Korea. We have to see that in South Korea, after the Second World War, was a very poor country, even poorer than Peru. But today, look at South Korea today, and that's thanks to environmental education, thanks to the environmental awareness. Integrated management of water means having the population on board with education, with awareness. Projects will come and go, but unless we build awareness, these will not last. Let me also refer to, could you please wrap up? We are exceeding our time. Jorge Pedraza, the Secretary General of the Andean Community, discussed the fight against informal mining. So we have to translate that into agreements, into actions to eradicate informal mining, or look at the way to reclaim such informal mining into more productive actions that are avoiding the effect on the water quality in those cross-border basins. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank Peru for this information. It's really important. We have a clear message from this panel to reinforce what was discussed by Sergio. Today is the World Day of Wetlands, and El Pantanal is the world's largest wetland, with only 5% of the surface area is protected. So everything we've been discussing in this panel has to do with participation, territory, water, in terms of management and cross-border policies for these basins. But considering the needs of indigenous people and their engagement, their participation, like Rojos said the first day, to identify the role of the right holders, not only stakeholders, but right holders in terms of water, sanitation, and a healthy life. And the other point discussed in this panel, which will be taken to the draft agenda, is no matter that we, as a region, we have a medium level revenue, that does not mean that we cannot apply funding, and that and as part of the basins and as part of the countries, in these countries and territories, we have people that require these assistance and require this help, and these should be taken into account in the projects in cooperation at the regional, sub-regional, territorial, and cross-border. I'd like to thank our panel members once again. I'd like to thank the participants offering their inputs, as well as the chairperson. And we will break now for lunch for 1 hour. So we'll reconvene, please, on time at 2:45 p.m. so that we can have 60 minutes since we have a bottleneck in the canteen. With those in the chat pod, all the presentations will be uploaded webpage of eClag. You don't need to request them. Thank you very much, and I will see you in an hour.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Vámonos a instalar.
Let's assume the seats. We have a powerful and really interesting and exciting roundtable discussion this afternoon. We will now have a roundtable discussion on, which is of the utmost importance: water, energy, and food. All three most important vectors for life of human beings. We will see how successful the region has been, and for that we have uh, a panel discussion chaired by Mario Lubetkin, who is the regional representative for Latin America and the Caribbean FAO. So he has the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Janet. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's hope this debate, this discussion will keep the amazing phases of yesterday and tomorrow. We are a bit late. I will not elaborate on the topics we will be discussing this afternoon. For us as FAO, and that's why I'm here. That's why I accepted the kind invitation from ECLAC for working with us in these type of areas. This is a global priority, which is fully consistent with the transformation of the agri-food systems for them to be more efficient and inclusive and resilient and as well as sustainable. The data, you're familiar with them, 80% of all damages and losses due to a drought is affecting agriculture for low and middle income countries. 35% losses due to drought, and that is only in Latin America, which means production losses of around $13 billion, which shows that the agri-food system, and as discussed yesterday in the opening remarks, is using up to 70% fresh water. Sustainable production of food should be recognized, and that's one of the efforts we are making as an essential solution to face current challenges. Yesterday and this morning, I believe, the dialogues before the debate yesterday, we discussed the results of the pre-summit meeting on the food system and the summit on the food system in New York, first in Rome, June, and then New York in September, where 5 lines of action were defined: guarantee the supply of healthy and food, sustainable food systems, and the promotion of nature, creative means, resilience to vulnerability, and everything has to do with the ability to manage water, which, as I said, it cuts across every topic. In each one of the topic, you can reflect upon them, where and how this is related to our FAO policy, uh, together with other sister organizations such as government, civil society organizations, academia, and of course the private sector because of the responsibility they have. So from our standpoint, we cannot manage in a sustainable manner of the water systems without agriculture and agri-food systems as a whole can play a major role. These and other aspects, I believe, will be part of the reflection of the ministers and the other our other guests for the debate. And as I said, I would like to not waste any more time so that our guests can offer their remarks. I have the honor to offer the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture of Chile, Esteban Valenzuela. I thank you for being with us. Thank you to ECLAC and FAO and each and every one of you for listening to us. Let me take let me make the best use of our first 10 minutes. I would like to apologize because at 3:30 I will have to leave the room, but we have Wilson Ureta, who's the Executive Secretary of the National Irrigation Committee, is in the room. As most of you know, for President Barack administration, we have three main lines of work. Ecology, that's water transition, responsibility. One of the biggest projects in the ministry is the restoration of native forests, the recovery of annual crops, transition into sustainable agriculture. We are banning the most toxic pesticides, and we have been working on a focus that part of these are willingful. This is the daily context. And we put together a fair water transition committee led by the Ministry of the Environment. So led by her, we're participating the most productive ministry, mining, agriculture, which we account for 78 and 80% the use of water, mining, public works, where they also science and energy, of course. So there, in this committee, we make strategic decisions. Part of the strategy.
Allí, cualquiera, pero no. Bueno, parte de la.
There it is. Part of the strategy has to do with efficiency, collaborative management, preservation, availability of sources, water quality, reuse, training, and transfer, working with subnational stakeholders plays a major role. With the basin boards play the major role. This was part of the draft of the Constitution, which was not passed. But this is a voluntary work with stakeholders, and we've agreed with each one of the 16 regional governments in Chile a basin, which instead of private-oriented governance, those who are the holders, the owners of water rights, which is hyper-concentrated because of the dictatorship's code. We are now convening environmental NGOs, universities, different stakeholders from the public sector, and of course, agricultural industry, both small, medium, and large. And these basing committees or boards will be proactive so that we can have the various stakeholders to focus investment plans and integrated management, and of course, guarantee the participation of these two other lines of the government, environment, as I said, and parity, which is the second line, integration of women. Third of all, we have a social focus of these governments trying Chile to achieve the OECD averages and social security and tax reform. All these plays a major role from the ministry. We've strengthened technical transfers, training, work, and to go into action. And we've now going into the small stakeholders are not allowed to have a funding because there is no they don't have ownership, and given the dictatorship, during the dictatorship, some speculators concentrated the ownership of water rights. Now we're working with INDAP to help legalize water rights, and we are helping on the line tenure for family farming activities, which are nearly 450,000 families. The National Irrigation Committee plays a major role here. They've been working not as working as an organization, but are working with other agencies in a collaboration approach. But one of the main highlights of the process is that after a strong negotiation, we have reached an agreement with the center right and the right wing in Congress to achieve to amend the water code. I was talking to the special ambassador from the Netherlands, all the stakeholders now together with the web, they have to report how much water they are spending. If they do not, when these private groups do not agree on water management, as is the case in the Aconcagua Basin, then the government, the state, will have to intervene and to implement the governance they do not have. So progress has been made along those lines. With the National Irrigation Committee, we focus more resources on the small operators. A huge gap. 90% of the exporters is technified, only 10% of the small owners. So this law will focus on small, middle size, will provide facilities for women, indigenous communities. They have a special score for nature-based solutions, special score for irrigation, for domestic food, such as annual and traditional crops. Okay, we're running out of time now. Part of these projects we're using are including nature-based solutions and also protection of biodiversity. We have to guarantee, improve the system, so have maintenance and of course not only adaptation to climate change, but also the effort of mitigation. That's why we're working very strongly with the regional governments, Ministry of Energy, on solar energy projects to facilitate expenditures of small and medium agriculture, which means a great progress. There you can see biodiversity work in collaboration with smaller operations and restoration of ecosystem. We could not return water rights. There would be so law. We would not return the water to the territories, but those the scoring is now different. So those projects that from small wetlands or water accumulation water, allowing for more responsibility and sustainability, have now a better score. Our country has a climate change basic law where in agriculture we have to behave well, and we because of the really in terms of the water use, because we have to avoid destruction as it used to be for the sclerophile forest, because they're substituting these forests into fruit trees. So now we have to favor families. We have to take the responsibility in this climate emergency. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, señor ministro. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for abiding by the agenda, and also thank you for sharing your experience, because what we are doing here is to listen to each other in order not to start from scratch, but to capture all those aspects that other countries are already conducting that may be useful in solving the issues that each one of our countries face. I'd like to offer the floor now to Mr. Luis Rodolfo Castro, Vice Minister of Water of Guatemala. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank ECLAC for the invitation we received. Also thanking Chile for being such great hosts. Um, Also, greetings to all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean that are here with us today. On behalf of the Guatemalan government, I greet you all. The Vice Minister of Water has been recently created since it was created in 2021. And we are working on different projects associated to water and sanitation. It's a slightly small unit because we have two departments, the watershed department and the water resource monitoring and control department. We also have two other watershed authorities are connected, such as Peternizal watershed and also Izabal. Just to tell you as well that the Guatemalan government is committed to complying the 2023 agenda of the SDGs through the National Commission with Rural and Urban Development. We developed the Katun, which is an event in which we promote sanitation in all areas of life, safely, with hygiene and culturally acceptable manner, uh, protecting economic dignity of the people. Katun is scheduled for 2032, and there are 5 areas that we can mention: Guatemala, urban and rural, as well as others have said it is not the same to talk about rural areas compared to urban areas, specifically in terms of water and sanitation, well-being of people. We talk about clean water and sanitation, natural resources for now and the future involving clean water and sanitation, as well as climate action. The fourth pillar is the well for all, which is directly related to climate action. And finally, the state as guarantor of human rights. Among the Sustainable Development Goals in the meeting where we discussed SDG number 6, we have different aspects that we have addressed in our ministry, talking about 6.1, drinking water services, and we have received support from WHO and UNICEF. We also have sanitation and hygiene services managed without risk, also related to WHO and UNICEF. We have worked on treated wastewater. There are different technologies used nationwide, and we have reached the conclusion that we cannot focus on aerobic or anaerobic technologies, but we should probably combine both, because if we talk about a circular economy, we need to conduct anaerobic treatment to leverage methane gas and aerobic treatment in order to increase efficiency in terms of effluents. So, for example, the ones coming out of wastewater treatment plants. I should also mention objective 6.3, talking about good quality water mass. There are different water supply sources in Guatemala, but we shouldn't forget that groundwater resources are quite vulnerable. We must take care of it. Water resources efficient use relates to surface water bodies. The level of water stress in Guatemala, we have areas where there's water stress because water demand is above water supply due to the demographic growth that we all experience in Latin America. integrated water resources management. We have a specific guideline regarding water governance from the point of view of the watershed. Cross-border watershed surface operating agreements in order to conduct cooperation actions in terms of water. Our colleagues from PIFINI already covered that. We also have water-related ecosystems. Here we talk about support from NUMA and also very interesting sites such as Ramsar sites, which are biological sites that contain a large amount of unique species. Official assistance for development focused on water and sanitation. And finally, community engagement, local community engagement in managing water and sanitation for all. Achieving these objectives is not easy, of course. It is not just our ministry in charge of foreseeing the fulfillment of SDG 6, but we have exchange of experiences among the different work lines in the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources. For example, new municipal reinforcement, also institutional strengthening, which has to do with the support to topics related to SDGs. Now, in terms of institutional strengthening, this connects with a set of regulations and government agreements starting or arising from the political constitution that was enacted back in 1997. In its Article 93, it provides for the care of natural resources. And then we have uh, Environmental Protection and Improvement Act from 1986. In its 15th article talks about the care for water resources, specifically talking about taking care of the environment. That's done from the point of view of the central government as well as from the municipalities and local governments. Municipalities play a significant role in taking care of the water because municipalities, through their municipal departments, offices, and environmental units, management units, they take care of water. Currently, establishing SOMAS, which are water municipal offices, are going to be enacted so that the 340 municipalities that make up Guatemala, each one of them should have one of these water management offices, and so local governments can better manage water for all. The Ministry of Public Health and Social Services is an active participant in water management because they set the health standards and guidelines and regulations for sewage design and wastewater treatment plant design. The Ministry of Water, we are the ones who guide or foresee and enforce the regulation, which is the government agreement 236 from 2006, which is the regulation that supervises the discharge of wastewater and sludge deposition. This is part of many agreements that are part of the amendments to this regulation. The latest one was published last year, which is Government Agreement 285 from 2022, which focuses directly on municipalities, stating that by 2025, municipality, 240 of them nationwide, must have at least treatment system for the two main discharges or outlets in these municipalities. This is part of the wastewater technical studies. Among the stakeholders associated with water resources and management, there are different stakeholders dealing with policymaking, research, regulation, and coordination. This is done by the Water Vice Ministry. And because of the different types of uses, it's not necessarily our ministry, but the different municipal stakeholders, private industry, and others the ones who are conducting it. Watershed governance is something extremely important that has been enacted together with the creation of this vice ministry in 2021. This government agreement was enacted regarding nationwide hydrographic watersheds. We have 38 of those, of which 28 are within what's known as the National Nutrition Plan. Finally, among these technical panels, out of the 38, six technical panels have been set up dealing with water governance, considering each one of those stakeholders involved, both from the public sector, the private sector, academia, and each one of the watersheds. So, well, the types of problems repeat themselves. They have to do with wastewater and also solid waste. We cannot decouple solid waste from wastewater um, mm, because of the rainfall runoff, solid waste that may reach water bodies causing significant damage. We're sure that through national policies, we can achieve the best level of development and water sustainability for our country. We hope each one of the experiences we have shared in this panel may be conveyed to United Nations so that together we can find the best solution to protect our water resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
La información que nos da sobre las articulaciones en la gestión gubernamental.
Regarding water resources, as well as centralized actions in such a sensitive zone connecting Guatemala and the dry corridor. So I would offer now the floor, without further ado, to Mr. René Mateo, Vice Minister of Land and Water of the Dominican Republic.
Muy buenas tardes.
I'd like to thank CLAC for the kind invitation you extended to participate in this very important venue to disseminate policymaking regarding the water sector. The first thing that I'd like to do today is to thank for the presentation yesterday of the Ministry of Economics, Private ISA. As you may know, after the tragic decease of the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources of the Dominican Republic, we merged the Ministry of Economics and the Ministry of the Environment, in which case I am part of that, but before I used to work for that ministry. I will discuss the topic, institutional topics and the legal amendments that have taken place in the water sector in the country, because the great description of Minister Paveda given yesterday has made it clear what kind of situation we are experiencing in terms of water resources in the Dominican Republic. Okay. Now, regarding institutional aspects, this is how the Dominican Republic used to look 30 months ago, approximately. As you may see, we have 22 institutions in our republic that, one way or another, play a certain role regarding water. But many of them execute their tasks without proper communication amongst them. As the minister said yesterday, the problems in our country are huge. We need significant investment in order to reverse what he explained yesterday. In simple terms, we can say that the drinking water, potable water coverage in the country, although it says it's 93%, actually I was listening to the Colombian Vice Minister yesterday talking about actual water and water in the pipes. So that is applicable to us. Only 26% of the population in Dominican Republic has water on a timely basis and with the quality and quantity that is required. A significant percentage is receives water very precariously, once or twice a week only. Also, in farming and agriculture, the biggest water consumer in the country, their demand is for 80% of the resources, and they do it with a ridiculous level of efficiency. The ministry said yesterday that in order to produce 1 kilo of rice, which is the main intensive crop in our republic, between 3 to 8 cubic meters of water are needed, which is outrageous. And also, what we would like to highlight is another significant aspect, which is sanitation coverage in the country, which covers only 10%, maybe less. That's why we need a state policy, because government in office for 4 years, which is the typical term in the Dominican Republic, of course, will never be able to adequately or successfully address these historical issues in the country. And that's why President of the Republic today, Luis Abinadel, way earlier than becoming the president, he had created a technical panel. And I was lucky enough to belong to that panel. And before becoming a president of the Republic, he already had an idea of the situation in the country. And that is why immediately once he took office, he created the Water Ministry in September in 2022. That ministry started its work articulating the national water policy, and was transferred to the National Social and Economic Council, so that that policy is handled by that instance where you have the convergence of political parties, the civil society, so that they are the ones who can guide this water agreement. This also was transferred to the territory, because we are divided, broken down into 32 provinces. And we validated the government, the central government proposal in each one of those provinces. Along those lines, we asked more than 1,000 people belonging to more than 500 organizations, both from government organizations and civil society organizations. And among the findings of that consultation in the territories, we identified close to 259 problems related to water, and more than 1,200 causes that generated those problems. The institutional arrangement of water revolves around a comprehensive type of management. As you saw on the first slide, 22 institutions operating independently and not under a sectorial approach, which actually separates water regulation for surface and groundwater and decouples the management of the resources and the services. This new vision regarding water governance is reflected in the consultation process that I've just mentioned.
The Water Cabinet meets on a weekly basis with the President of the Republic in the center, with the main institutions that are related to, such as Ministry of Economic Environmental Ministry, Water Corporation, the Natural Institute for Water Resources, Water Corporation, electric energy companies, and public ministry, among others, with the main purpose of consolidating a national regulation and planning, management, protection, and adequate conservation policy. What are the main achievements of this group of ministry? Can be summarized as follows. Last December, we submitted a water project, and we have been fighting for during over 30 years to have a new law that will adapt to the demands of this time. The law has 4 main objectives. First, creation of the water authority. As you may know, in our country, the Ministry of the Environment is in charge of water resources, but the quality of the water is in the hands of the Health Ministry. Surface water are in the hands of the Institute of Water Research, and ground water is in the hands of the Environmental Ministry. It is like a spider web arrangement. So the National Water Authority will have the whole regulation of water resources. This unification, we are advancing to those unification of water cycle. We will not divide groundwater from surface water anymore. Creation of a national list to record water-related events. And also, I had recently discussed with the technical team from Chile. We have just put together a cooperation agreement in order to improve the irrigation infrastructure that consumes 80% with a very terrible, very poor efficiency, less than 30% of water used. In the works of this water cabinet, which presented to the country the required water infrastructure that we required by 2030. It was validated in the territory and established a cost, the economic cost beyond 8.5 billion US dollar, which is a huge challenge for this country. So where are we wanted to move with this policy and transformation of the water sector? We want to move towards a comprehensive management of water resources. And from there, we have established this policy of developing at the territorial level a national program of water infrastructure, the governance that we just explained in relation to the Water Act, institutional reinforcement of the watershed organizations or institution, and we create the Rionista watershed. And Minister explained yesterday the part of developing management tools, particularly regarding potable water and sanitation institutions or organizations. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister, for the information and thoughts that you have provided or presented here with your other colleagues in the need of comprehensive management, state policy, water governance, legislative policies, which are aspects that gather or are common to the different presentations that we have listened in this day. Now I want to give the floor to Oscar Rojas. He's the Vice Minister of Water from Ecuador. Good afternoon. Greetings from the government of Ecuador. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very great event, where what we came here to learn, to share, and to contribute so that water resources management at the regional and global level could have the main aspect they deserve in order to achieve this integral water resources management we are all looking for. My presentation is not ready, I'm going to use my time. In which sense? First, I wanted to comment you that in Ecuador, we ratified the commitment of contributing to achieving the SDGs. In this specific case, our actions have touched, we are now we have made 277 actions. In the specific case of water, there are 55 actions related to authorization of the use of water for human consumption and food security, and finally working in the protection, recovery, and protection of natural water sources, which are essential to ensure water supply. By adapting to this panel, where there is a discussion of water, energy, and food. We can comment that our institutional mission is target to three main challenges. In Ecuador, we have a one single water authority led through the environmental, water, and ecological transition ministry. As I mentioned, we are focusing in three main challenges. First, to reinforce water institutionality throughout the country, and more than reinforcing, it's reinforcing not the institution, but the institutionality, where all stakeholders are part of this great committee in an act of common responsibility will ensure a way to ensure water in every type of use. Another main challenge is to encourage public, private, and community participation in all processes dealing with water management in the country. And the third big challenge relates to protection and recovery of natural water sources, which are the basis to ensure enough water of a quality and quantity for all those involved. And why, for what? First, to ensure water security across the national territory. Second, something we have not listened is to fight against chronic child malnutrition in Ecuador. Unfortunately, our country is the second highest rate, 27.2% of child malnutrition. We have proposed that by 2025 to decrease this rate in 2 points. And water is essential for that. And a third reason is to decrease the vulnerability of the potential negative effects of climate change. And what are we doing in this respect? The Mr. President of the Republic has designed a different target. We have a macro goal related to water management. We have decided to go by 2035 with more than 284,000 hectares, and the figure of water protection, water protection land is where we have water catchment, especially for human consumption and food security. This is why it is important to protect and maintain these areas forever. This is a macro goal materialized through our ministry. We have been able to establish 21 areas of water protection, then covering 173,000 hectares under this conservation idea, and ensuring, I believe, that more than 500 Ecuadorians depending on water will be supplied with water. In Ecuador, as in the case of Colombia and Venezuela, part of Peru and part of Costa Rica, we have the Páramo. Páramo is the highland, which is the main source of water supply, which is present in the north of and to the south in 26 provinces in our country, coast, the Amazon region, and we will not have Amazon territory if we do not take care of this fantastic ecosystem that store and regulates natural water for all our country and sectors. Somebody said that speaking about conservation without funding is just talking, it's just talk. So we have considered that it is crucial to have permanent resources for this protection and conservation actions. And we have a tool created in Ecuador in 2000, which are the water funds, which is a financial mechanism created for providing long-term funding for plans and projects that contribute to protection, conservation, and recovery of natural water sources without meeting the right to development of those peoples that require for their own development, providing production alternatives for those peoples. In Ecuador, this initiative stemmed with a participation of the private and public sector. And there's a linkage between the three sectors that are significant for developing one area. In Ecuador, we have so far 7 water funds. I understand in Latin America we already have 25 water funds, and we consider this as a perfect tool to provide a linkage between community, private, and public sectors in joint action leading to conservation protection of natural water resources. By 2025, we will have at least in Ecuador 14 of those water funds, covering 85% of the national surface, and hand in hand with more than 284,000 hectares subject to water protection, and with a national program for protection of the Paramo, the highlands, specifically regarding the potable water panel. Briefly commenting, the potable water coverage in our country is related to 82% of water for human consumption, and 18% people that do not have any access to the established in our constitution, namely community potable water services. This is a gap that requires 1.4 billion US dollars as investment for 800 projects targeting rural areas particularly. And we are working in different programs, and we are investing 200 million US dollars that will allow to contribute to executing 127 of the mentioned projects to have access to real potable water. Regarding sanitation in Ecuador, we only have basic sanitation, which covers 60%, and environmental sanitation that only reaches 23%. Regarding irrigation, we are working in Ecuador. We have an installed capacity for 1.5 million hectares, but we have only covered 1 million so far. So we have a gap of 500,000 hectares, and we need an investment of 480 million US dollars. So in water-related topics, regarding irrigation and water, we are working in a national plan towards potable water and sanitation. We have launched a national irrigation plan. We have launched an incentive called Blue Dot, which is rewarding public potable water companies that ensure water in quality and quantity, hand in hand with the protection and conservation of natural water resources. Another important top line is improving technical tools and methodological guidelines to provide access in quality and quantity to the Ecuadorian people by submitting potable water and irrigation projects as such. We are working in building a new line for integrated management of water resources in a participatory way. We have held 50 events with the participation of 10,000 Ecuadorians. So far, we have a first draft law that ideally targets to having 36 units of local water planning under the local water fund. Thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal for any question.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, sir, for this information on what you are doing in your country, on institutionality and its relation with the topic for this afternoon. I will now give the floor to Ms. Veronica Ms. Veronica Sanchez, who is Director President for ANA in Brazil. Thank you very much. I would like to thank ECLACA for the invitation to be here. Ms. Sanchez and Mr. Mario, FAO representative and moderator. I will go into Spanish for my presentation. Very well. I will continue in Spanish. The National Water Agency and Sanitation in Brazil is responsible for the management of water resources as well as for the regulation for the sector. I will bring you some information on Brazil. I'll give you the background information as related to water, energy, and food production, as well as issues, challenges, and opportunities. Brazil, as you well know, has the fifth largest surface in the world with an enormous population, a lot of biodiversity, and different kinds of plants. And we're the fourth exporter of foodstuff. We feed about 1/5 of the globe's population, and we're the largest producer of biofuel. We also have the largest water reserves in the world. That is 11% of world reserves, and a clean energy matrix that is responsible for 85% of our power grid. Now, our management capabilities of water resources started in 95. Actually, 97 there. The basic policy was set and it has been improved on the go. The basics are water is a public good with a liquid limited resource, and there are multiple uses for water. There are also priority uses such as human and animal consumption. Goals and objectives to ensure the availability of water with the appropriate quality for our uses and appropriate management in a decentralized manner. ANA exists since 2000. That is, we've been working for 22 years now, strengthening our management system and giving support to other countries in the region that have inspired their own legislation into our institutionality and legislation. This is done together with a lot of work for human resources training. We train about 30,000 persons in Spanish and English and on technical issues every year for Brazil and for the region. Domestically, in terms of supply and demand, these are the graphs we have from 21. Quite clearly, water supply is found mainly in the Amazon and in the south, center-south, and water demand is found in the large cities and urban centers. This has been impacted by climate change and extreme hydrological events that are very common in the whole area, in Brazil and in the region. This is the water balance. We see regions where there is a more water availability and others that are not that abundant. This is a map that deals with the cross-border watersheds that has been seen here. Brazil shares basins with almost all South American countries. We are satisfied to say and glad to say that 100% of our watersheds that are shared, that is cross-border, are managed by international agreements that are met and are monitored practically every week by the countries involved. And thus we are able to jointly manage these watersheds. Institutionality, something also widely mentioned here. This has to do with a decentralized participation, social participation in water management. We have a model for multi-level decision-making with all federal authorities, state authorities, and local authorities. We also have a decentralized decision-making system with wide social participation from local and deliberative groups. And we have 233 basin boards with a lot of participation from everything have to do with water. And here we have a graph with the gender participation in these committees. The water committees still have a gap in terms of gender participation. Women's participation is at about 30%. Here we see the different uses of water in Brazil. Irrigation is perhaps the most significant one, as is found elsewhere. Irrigation here is responsible for 75% of the demand for water use in Brazil. Then we have mining, heating, wastewaters, and dams. Agriculture. 53% of the consumption goes for agriculture. In Brazil, we have 8.2 million hectares that are irrigated. That is 13% of our agricultural surface. That means that we still have much to do in terms of technology in irrigation for food production in Brazil. The idea in our plans is that would grow in 4.2 million hectares before 2040. That is an increase in 51% of that surface. And this involves a lot of investment in technology and in rational use of water. The potentiality is of 55 million hectares. And that will be limited according to the availability and the use of new technology. We have a lot of reused water, and this is mainly going into agriculture. Nowadays, 12.3% of agricultural water is reused, but we intend to increase that because we are now using more efficient technology. I'd like to also mention a program, Water Producer, that aims at using solutions based on nature, and this is done through payment for environmental services. Each farmer may have thus conservation strategies in order to avoid toxicity into the groundwaters. Energy. Brazil has one of the cleanest grids in the world. Our power grid is made up in 83% by renewables and the rest hydraulic. As I said, in terms of sanitation, we monitor and define the operations of the reservoirs. As a result, we jointly manage that with the national operator of power grids. We have then certain parameters for the use of reservoirs for the sake of power, and that also ensures other uses such as navigation, fishing, and agriculture. Activities. Something very important is to say that Brazil, in the 25 years for water management, and ever since Anna came up, has been working with decisions made based on evidence and data. We have a lot of information, a lot of publications have been uploaded into our website, so you can check them out. That has information on water, training, irrigation, SDGs. And why? Because Brazil is a focal point for the region in everything having to do with SDGs. This is information that is relevant, and this is shared with other countries such as the monitoring network. And our colleague from the World Organization knows this, and we are following the OMM parameters. We have the fifth largest meteorological network in the world with more than 4,800 stations, and we share much of this with the Amazon states and with neighboring countries and those at La Plata, as well as other basins. We are also monitoring the water quality. We have other parameters in order to help us make decisions with well-grounded information, giving priority to sanitation in our Brazilian territory. Regulation. ANA is in charge of the resources at federal levels, working together with the national states for shared management of our water resources. We can then better allocate water through this regulation, and this always respects local needs with also local participation. Energy, together with the power sector and the national agency, we share decisions in order to improve the level of quality of regulation and also to set standards for the use of energy in the hydrographic basins in the country that are responsible for power production and also water availability for the large cities. Critical events. We have crisis and situation rooms. We work together with the central levels and with the civil defense agencies so as to make decision ahead of time. We get about 15 days ahead of the critical events action. We are then able to alert local authorities for floods or other events. Challenges. We have an area that is irrigated with a greater demand for water. We have demand for basic sanitation, for more energy, and the climate changes affect these variables in Brazil as in the rest of the world. Naturally, we have needs for more investment in water infrastructure, greater capability for reservoir, and better manage the conflicts both locally and nationally, as well as further coordination of plans and actions between all agencies involved. And let me finally say that we are now working in a digital transformation effort so that all users in the country may have access to this information and make their requests through a cell phone app where the information is uploaded with georeferencing, and thus all of the information will be found online and in real time. This is a lot of effort that has been conducted in many sectors, and water management is also going through this right now. Brazilians' commitment on SDGs, we have committed ourselves to a goal when we subscribe to SDGs, which is to ensure water and basic sanitation to all population up to before 2030. For that, in the year 2020, we reviewed the legal framework of basic sanitation to guarantee better regulation of water and sanitation in the country. The payment capability of our population varies from place to place. We also are not now able to charge less for the more vulnerable. And we also have a premise that has to do with the sustainability, not just financial, but also social and environmental. And to conclude, Today is February the 2nd, the World Day on Wetlands. Here I have the Pantanal or El Chaco. It's one of the bestest places on earth. And we also have a national patrimony that is called Ramsar, and that is a biosphere reserve. And in order to follow the plan for Paraguay River, we have the support of IDB as well as GEF in the implementation of the plan for High Paraguay Basin that we share with Bolivia and Paraguay. And that would be it. Thank you very much. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Muchas gracias, Verónica, por tu presentación.
Thank you, Veronica, for your kind presentation. Really interesting, this topic of energy, which I believe was really thorough. So really important for this forum. Latin America depends on water for power generation. So this is should be part of this discussion. Mr. Lubitkin had to attend a pre-scheduled meeting, and since we are a bit late, he had to rush. Let me now offer the floor to Angel Caviedes. He's head of the Innovation Unit with the Ministry of Energy in Chile. The floor is yours. Thank you. Let me first thank ECLAC for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here with such important panel members. Let me first say that my presentation will touch upon water in an indirect manner as compared to my previous panel members. Focus rather on what we are looking for, which is the deployment of a green hydrogen industry in the country. So we had to rethink the value of water. Let me first show you this chart. Not all of you might be familiar with it, but greenhouse effect gases emissions in the country, 3/4 are accounted for by energy sector. So we as an industry, as a sector, as the Ministry of Energy, we have several challenges to face in order to reach the goal. Out of these 77%, bulk is accounted for by power generation. We're closing now, decommissioning coal-fired power generation stations. We're going for renewables. We have to face challenges in surface transportation, ocean and air transportation. Our exports are based on copper, so we have several challenges there to face. But this slide shows one of the paradoxes. Even though the energy sector has the greatest greenhouse effect gases emissions, we are rich in renewable energies. This chart shows the distribution of these renewables potential. Those who are familiar with northern Chile, that's mainly solar, but also wind. And south, it's basically wind. Basically in the Patagonia, for those who have been to the Patagonia, you know wind. You have feel the wind in your face. With this technical potential, we've surveyed, we've seen that we have a potential exceeding 80% our consumption capacity. So there is a great opportunity that can help us to solve the problem I've shown in the first slide. And because of this, during the last few years, Chile has gone through an energy transition process, which is facing this challenge using clean, renewable energies. Here you can see this is a historical analysis starting in the 1970s until today, and even with a forecast into 2030. you would find that in previous decades, our energy mix was basically supported by hydro, that is water, the traditional form, and then how we understand this link between water and energy. But in the future, other energy sources, such as those already mentioned, sun, wind, can are already a part of the current grid and power mix. So, because of these forecasts and the challenges we've faced, uh, we've been able to offer commitments both internationally as well as domestically. And these commitment in here, it's has the form of a law passed by President Boric, which started in the previous administrations. I mean, going back to the importance of statewide policies. We want to face these problems, but for that, we need to think long term. These climate change framework or basic law sets these goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. So that's the first challenge. We have to act, we have to move fast before 2050. So much so that we'll run some scenarios as to how to achieve these carbon neutrality. In green, light green, you see our carbon neutrality does not mean that the emissions will be equal to zero. I mean, we have to net the emissions and the sequestration. This sequestration of emissions in Chile is given by forests in southern Chile, but we have additional challenges of lowering greenhouse effect gases emissions. And those main measures, as you can see there, probably the most important has to do with the good use of energy. That's the first there on energy efficiency. Nearly 35% of emissions may be potentially decreased by better use and efficient use of energy. Then the decommissioning of coal-fired power generation and uh, and use renewables. We have to decrease emissions in the transportation. People have probably you have seen here in Santiago some electric buses, over 200 electric buses already running in the public transportation system, and this will be used in some regions of the country. But we still have a 25%, and that 25% is given by the deployment of this new industry, which is green hydrogen industry. Because of that, back in 2020, as a result of we deployed a national strategy of green hydrogen, as which you will find in the webpage of the Ministry of Energy. And these green hydrogen strategy means a couple of goals. Bottom chart, you see goals for 2025 as well as 2030. And this is where we find this new meaning between water and energy. One of the goals by 2025 is that we should be in the process of installation at least electrolyzers, 5 gigawatts of electrolyzers. Green hydrogen is produced from water. It will break the bonds with H2O, and then we have the H2, the hydrogen, and the other hand, we have oxygen. Therefore, water is one of the critical raw materials as well as green energy. And here, there's a number here, well, several numbers, but one that I would like to refer to, which was calculated by the Scientific Committee on Climate Change in a report of December 2020. They say in order to achieve these 5 gigawatts of electrolyzers in Chile, we will need water. And for that, they use the desalinated water produced in the country. And they say that out of the current amount of desalinated water, in order to achieve this goal, we will need only 1%. Therefore, we are within the acceptable orders of magnitude. And for the 2030 goal, same calculation, they claim that they would need, with the current desalination capacity, we would need 5%. Therefore, we believe that those numbers are manageable, but then we start to identify some of the additional challenges, which I will elaborate on. It is also important to emphasize here these statewide policy, how relevant it is to think long term. That's why from these green hydrogen strategy, what we will do during this year is to put that into operation, and that means that we will need an action plan in some sort of a participatory action plan, so as to build the necessary dialogue in order to define these specific initiatives. So we should have in place in the coming years, thinking of 2030. There you see, that's the webpage. So if you want to be part of this dialogue process, there will be on-site discussions, but also we will have virtual meetings. This process is already open. So far, we have over 700 people signing in. We also have more than 70 people from foreign countries. So we like to have you as part of these discussions. I'm running out of time already, so let me refer to the last paragraph there. This has to do with this participatory process. The discussions, the dialogue is being arranged around three main axes: investments and institutional framework. That is, we need to rethink the institutional framework today so as to avoid what one of the panel members referred to, having a spider web of different organizations responsible for specific topics that should be addressed over time. And another work group has to do with the sustainability and local value. That is, how do we add value, but that value has to be deployed locally. And the third axis is infrastructure and territorial organization. Especially for these two, it is relevant with the value of the water, which is one of the things we would like to deal with in these dialogue processes. Value not as the price of water, but the value that each one or each group of people will assign or will allocate to a good or set of services. So as to achieve 5 gigawatts by 2025, if we need only 1% of the desalinated water today. So what happens if that desalinated water today, it's concentrated in one single region, or if that desalinated water of that amount of required water, it's concentrated around a fishing cove, for instance, that potentially there might be an effect on that cove or fishing cove. So that's what we want to avoid, and that's what we want to have, want to sort out through a dialogue with the various communities that may be potentially affected, but also potentially benefiting from this. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ángel, por
Thank you, Angel, for this presentation about this topic of green hydrogen, which is one of the topics that are just starting. It is important also to collect best practices, but also not very successful stories. That's why it's important to keep the dialogue going to collect good and bad experiences, and then to learn how to improve. Thank you. Now, I will offer the floor to the last speaker, Mr. Gabriel Quijandría, Regional Director for South America of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon. And I'd like to thank ECLAC for this invitation, for the opportunity to share with such important authorities in this panel. If you can help me with the presentation, please. While we look at it on the screen, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Wetlands Day that also coincides with the organization of this dialogue, which is a happy coincidence, even more so with this year's motto, which is the wetlands recovery, the recovery that I believe must start at the very onset. We call them marshes, or maybe even having a negative concept in the sense that they may be stagnant waters, and it's not the case, because they do perform a fundamental role, and also especially in a region such as Latin America. If we go back in history, if we consider the three largest civilization breakthroughs in the region, in spite of the fact that they happen in very different levels, geographically speaking and also ecologically speaking, what they have in common is this mastery in terms of water management. Mayas, Incas, and Aztecas has actually faced the challenge of territories that created a significant problem regarding water availability. In some cases, too much, and in other cases, too little. So how these three different civilizations and cultures were able to deal with it and develop hydraulic culture that this region has, and that this region must recover, I believe, to a large extent in the future. Water, energy, and food is the topic of this panel, and from our International Union for Nature's Conservation, we would add also ecosystems, because this idea of a link in terms of how to optimize the utilization of a resource from the point where I have it, and we need to think about where it's coming from. Where does that resource come from that I need to optimize in the view of several types of uses? And basically here, this is a representation of the cycle that we more or less all know. This ecologic cycle, water comes from a series of interactions that happen in the ecosystems, but water goes back to those ecosystems somehow. And there are some current challenges because in some territories, because of the effect of the increased efficiency in water utilization, there are some sites where water is not going back to those sites, what is actually endangering its ability to reproduce and to continue to close the cycle and generating more water for the future. And that is a whole issue in itself. And this has to do basically with decisions that are made. There's a limited capacity in the ecosystems to provide ecosystemic services. And decisions that are made regarding to the ecosystems. We see here the difference between the capacity of an ecosystem to provide that has not been intervened compared to another creates a difference, that there are ecosystems that are become more abundant, but at the expense of others. So what this chart shows here is how an intensive agriculture ecosystem is depleted in terms of its water regulation capacity compared to an unaltered ecosystem. The question is where to strike the balance that is needed for this in order to avoid a problem in the future. And how are we doing in the region in terms of a link between ecosystems and water resource generation or ecosystemic services in general? And that comes from the latest report called Planeta Vivo, showing Latin America, depending on the date of the calculation, which is 1970 onwards, it is the region that has lost most of its capacity to produce or to provide ecosystemic services. And in many cases, other regions have lost their capacity much earlier. So in this period, from the 70s onward, we are the region that is in more trouble, comparatively speaking, but we still have are in a favorable situation because we do not have the sizable populations that you can find in Asia, for example. We have abundance of natural resources, still enough to actually reverse this negative trend that has taken place. And I'd like to talk about some of the work that UICN has been doing globally, but also with a strong emphasis in the region in Latin America. Uh, the office that I represent, that is based in Quito, Ecuador, one of its main lines of work has to do with cross-border water resources management. We're working in the watersheds between Ecuador and Peru, also the Titicaca Lake in Bolivia. We're going to start doing some work between Ecuador and Colombia as well, under the logic of shared benefits. How can you create governance conditions in order to build shared benefits between countries or territories that share these water resources, and with a very strong supplementary influence beyond the commercial or strategic view of water resources, considering ecosystemic services and capacity creation behind topics such as peace or hydro diplomacy, as it's known, and how to build healthy links between countries by basically doing shared effective water management. These are some of the tools that have been used. What you see there is basically optimization exercises regarding water use that create diverse results based on the type of cooperation. Without cooperation, of course, possibly some benefits may arise, but with cooperation, we see the difference. Optimization is much better, outcomes are much better if you consider the voice of the different stakeholders involved. But something innovative has to do with these nature-based solutions that have been mentioned several times, which are these actions in terms of how nature contributes to a well-being creation. That somehow does away with the more conservative conservation point of view, which is sometimes used as a cartoon, basically focused on a tree and a little bird. Mostly here, thinking of conservation as done by people, what circumstances are needed for conservation, because nature can be restored. It can mend itself based on the situations that are also caused. So this nature-based solutions, which is not turning any nature intervention into a solution necessarily based on nature, but it has to make sense in terms of closing or bridging social gaps or helping bridge those social gaps. UICN has been building a global standard on that, a standard that is intended to avoid the risk of these issues related to nature-based solutions. If you look now, if you Google now nature-based solutions, then you see millions of outcomes and results with everybody talking about the topic. And what is the risk? That if every solution is based on nature, well, then therefore nothing is based on nature. The idea of the technical development that is being done and the standards that are being developed, okay, these are the minimum criteria needed in order to say that you're facing a nature-based solution, and these are criteria that are not necessarily or exclusively related to nature, but also governance, engagement, economic efficiency, which must be part of this, depending on the type of development of this conceptual model, so that we can say actually that we're facing a nature-based solution. There is something very important and really, in relative terms, not very well known regarding the impact of freshwater, specifically in its biodiversity, compared to what happens in marine environments versus land ecosystems. Close to 83% of freshwater species uh, uh, have been degraded somehow to some extent, and that's something that is not it has not been sufficiently disseminated. And there are many efforts that are being carried out mm, intensively, but not enough. Um, Finally, being clear about the fact that SDGs do not operate in isolation. In this overall look between ecosystems and water, we need to look at these four SDGs together, because none of them is actually fulfilled if the others are not fulfilled. So each one of them creates enabling conditions um, for the fulfillment of the broken down goals that each one of the SDGs contain. It becomes very difficult, almost impossible, let's say, if they are not fulfilled, if they do not supplement each other. And what we see here is that circle in which how do I build the conditions to keep this synergy going, to have water so that the water that goes back or comes back from the processes is still functional, so that the process keeps on going, so that the cycle keeps on running. That is what I had for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gabriel, for your presentation, how to guarantee that natural resources, renewable resources, as we learned in primary school, remain renewable, because at some point they stop being renewable, and that's key. And one of my favorite SDGs is 12, because we're all involved in that, to consume responsibly and consume and produce responsibly. I believe that's key. That's something that we should that's something that should guide our lives every single day, in every context, in every situation. I'm going to do a very quick summary of everything we've discussed, highlighting each one of the presentations. So as those items that I believe were very interesting, I'd like to highlight the topic of how agriculture and the environment are close together. They work on those together for a long period of time. Those were two different ministries, and now they integrate also mining, energy resources. I believe that is a step forward, a very positive one. Governance on water in different levels, at the watershed level, at local level, national level. I believe that is extremely interesting. Even um, governance or cross-border governance, of course, thinking of the responsibility of each one of the countries and how they have adopted or taken over that responsibility to work on those shared water resources. Diversity, ecosystem restoration, nature-based solutions, identifying which ones are real. And here I'd like to also, what we heard when we said that if everything is about nature, but then at the end of it, nothing is about nature. Yesterday, we heard presentations um, uh, that all in all the work that is being done. I'd like to see again the topic on gender. What is it that we are doing that is not working? What is it that we are doing that is not actually favoring the most vulnerable? Sylvia was very accurate about women's role, but there are other groups. And the gender topic, we need to make it part of the discussion. Uh,
El uso del agua con responsabilidad. Y acá me gustó mucho.
the use of water with responsibility, culturally acceptable responsibility, that I believe is something very important as well. local authorities, municipal councils, all the work they do regarding governance, investment regarding infrastructure. But we also need to think of how much investment is devoted to energy and how much to water. Water contributes to energy in the different countries.
Also, national funds, how they're investing in every country. It seems to me something that we can copy and scale up, and share. I think that these are the main points I wanted to underscore. With my thanks to the members of the panel for their intervention. I'm missing one, very important one, especially for the linkage between water and nutrition and food. Water, nutrition, health, life. I think that is extremely important that we keep this in mind. And also my appreciation and thanks to the members of the panel, and I give the floor back to Elisa. Thank you very much. At the end, at the closing of the panel, we have some minutes to start a dialogue, but please, I'm going to moderate the open exchange session. I will both together. This is a freedom that I have as a moderator. Zoom, in the Zoom, for those that are offline, can write down comments and thoughts. But I wanted to tell you, maybe we just, no, I'm not sure if this is enough, clear enough. Starting from regional water dialogue, we are creating the regional agenda for water action. All the panels in those dialogues are structured so that key message from each panel contribute to building this regional action, this regional water action plan. So when we see commitment to foster production, sustainable consumption and production model, in the same quarter, we saw that this should be carried out under the perspective, a gender's perspective, considered active involvement of youth and also indigenous and local communities in water and climate, for instance. So the importance of adopting water resource management practices. In each panel, we discussed it, but we added that by increasing resiliency regarding climate change. So the importance of promoting early warning system for risk prevention. In the panel of water, funding, and health, we analyzed not only the importance of fostering water system, but also quality, quantity, and continuity of potable water and sanitation, with a focus on rural areas, the lack of information. How can we close the gap of information in the rural areas? So every message are contributing and fitting our regional agenda for water actions. We want to discuss at the World Conference in March. We want to give the floor for new elements that we have not included yet, what we have not discussed it yet. And along this line, I want to invite you to raise your hand, give your opinion. For those that are online, you can write down your comments on the chat. Then you can raise your hand. Okay, I give the floor to you, back to you. So now we are going to start with Crystal. Please introduce yourself. What is your institution or what you wanted to include? Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much for opening the space for voices. I am Cristal Andre from Colombia. I work in a small NGO working in the Amazon and Caribbean region, mainly. We have this view, which is supplement to what has been said around today, this 4 day, maybe a little different or alternative view on the general development ideas that have been discussed. I wanted to present here one point. We all agree that on what we need to do. We have discussed it these days and maybe tomorrow. There's a general consensus, a rural problem, the gap in rural areas, the need to reinforce governance with a strong social basis to reinforce dialogue, and the need to generate innovation in processes. I think nobody would say no or disagree with all these points that I just mentioned, but we still need to see how are we going to do all things. And of that, very little has been said so far. There are many different ways to answer or respond, but I would like to discuss today in the panel is the diversity of knowledge already existing at the territorial level, ancestral knowledge to bring responses to many of our problems. The diversity of knowledge in Latin America and the Caribbean is huge because we have such a diversity of cultures, and considering the threats to other ecosystems, this traditional knowledge also under threat. And in the Caribbean region, let me give you an example of Zenu culture that worked or that prior to the arrival of the Spaniard was controlling a territory of more than 1 million people using water management water resources management. But this only archaeologists know about that. It's a lost knowledge. What I wanted to say that sometimes many of the solutions already exist. They are already in a territory with a very low investment cost. They are simple and in line with local culture, because there may be other solutions, but if they are not aligned with the culture at the community level, very difficult, they will be permanent or stay over time. And and we have identified already, but we have not been able to replicate these learnings strongly enough in order to generate changes at the territorial level. A significant initiative with the FAO, the UNESCO. Even a little ago, we supported a publication that you will be able to see on climate, weather, resiliency based on ancestral knowledge. And I want to raise my voice and stop trying to avoid or prevent crisis. How to handle or manage the crisis, how to relate to this never-ending crisis. And we have a lot of knowledge from ancestral knowledge, sorry. We need to replicate, we can use triangular cooperation, cooperation between countries. So this is small, simple initiative can be more effective and with using a better use in the territory. So start from the what to the how in this regional agenda. Thank you very much, Cristal. I think that education, consider more technical or vocational education. So it's interesting that you stress ancestral old knowledges from communities. I see other hands here.
Okay, Colin, adelante.
I have the microphone. The microphone is not on. Okay. Good afternoon. Calling Hedon from Global Partnership, Global Water Partnership. I want to stress the fact that each one of the intervention, no exception at all, when you mention integrated water resource management. So this is what we do in our organization. Also, we have highlighted that the goal is SDG 6.5. We are going to monitor the execution of SDG 6.6 and 6.5 from April to October. We will have conduct a new monitoring round with our partners from the UNEP. What we do first, we monitor in a plural way, inclusive way, with the involvement of the different stakeholders, which is significantly very important, so that the score assigned for each country is a good reflection of reality from the perspective of the different players or stakeholders. We use the monitoring of countries in order to identify opportunities to move forward to the year that we have supported 20 globally, and we have one target to support another 25 more, and also to implement actions, so not to stop paper the plans, but to apply the plan, and is in the framework of exchange of experiences among countries, be they labor or global and at a global level. So there's another, but taken Elisa invitation, we have not discussed political economic, because to implement and how we need to have the hard trade-off, hard concessions between different uses, how we assign priority in the use. That entails political leadership. And if there is any message that we can give to our delegation that are going to New York in 1.5 months, is the need for a strong political leadership in order to establish a baseline in order to undertake this hard discussion. We are at your service to support and provide to all countries that want to move forward, and you do very well this. So I think you can get in touch with me personally and to know how to do it. Thank you, Colin. I have online one person, Miriam Medina. She's online from Amnesty International. She raised her hand.
Very well. I ask for assistance from our technical staff.
O sea, en la sala. Por mientras,
Very well. Another topic that came out in the chat has to do with international treaties. This also involves information, data, and social justice. And Escazú was mentioned, the countries should support these international treaties. I now offer the floor once more. I'd like to give the floor for Elio from Brazil.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would ask sorry for my English and to say that my Spanish is worse. After, I would like to congratulate for this dialogue. I am Ed Suleiman, and I am from Brazil, and I work in the Altiete River Basin Foundation, FABAT, located in São Paulo. We are a non-profit legal entity. I would like to share my reflection. I hear all speakers until now, and I think that we have the same focus as well as current managing instruction, but I do not hear or I'm missing how to make the engagement of different sectors and actors as well as users and the population involved. I don't know if this is the place for this question, but it is. Then sorry about that question. and thank you.
Thank you, Elio. I'm going to take advantage
That the mic. Le voy a dar la palabra aquí al que está atrás.
I will now give the floor to the gentleman behind me. Good afternoon. I'm Alexander Lopez from the Secretariat of UN Convention on Cross-Border Basins and International Lakes. I would very quickly bring some ideas that were not part of the agenda and answer perhaps how. There are three elements that I would like to mention. Number one, I would say that it's very important to recognize that Latin America as a whole is a region full of cross-border watersheds. That means that this should be priority in our agenda, in the agenda of the region. In South America, about 60% of the territory is covered by these basins. That's the same in Central America, more than 40%. We have an island, the Española, that is shared by Dominican Republic and other three countries. So this is a territory full of cross-border basins by definition. Number two, the main deficit we have in managing this territory is translated into an institutional gap. According to report 6.2 from UN, 24% of these basins are covered by operational arrangements. There may be others, but not all are operational, according to UN and to meet 56.2. That means that a lot has to be done. And what is the third element? We should feed on the accelerators defined by UN for meeting 6.52. This involves a serious international instrument such as the convention itself, as followed by UN and implemented by many countries, and that are at the service of Latin America and the Caribbean. There are other instruments as well, but we must work in that direction, and this is of extreme importance.
Muchas gracias, Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander.
Antes de pasar a la siguiente persona, quería aprovechar de indicar
I'd like
que
to
la
say that we have just received a staff from Alto Crecimiento Foundation. That is a foundation working with the rural schools, and they will bring us something tomorrow.
Vamos a intentar ahora
We will
sí
now
la persona que está online,
give the floor to Miriam Medina. She's online. Let's try it again. Good afternoon. I really have a question. At the chat, we find that this is a very, very interesting and participative. As Chilean, aside from International Amnesty and indigenous people, has to do with the expression green hydrogen, as mentioned by our Minister of Energy. And this is a metaphor. What is going to be burned instead of carbon? Water. Water may become a fuel someday. That's the meaning of green hydrogen, right? Now, we heard some panelists, and one of them talked about solutions from nature, but none of this is going to be sustainable in time. So my question is, water use, as we see here in Chile, the southern power plants, hydro plants have to do with water naturally, but this also has an environmental impact, especially in our native people's land. How can this be sustainable?
Muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you for your question.
Justamente habíamos estado hablando del tema. Bueno, no sé si la quieres tomar como. Dejo a Ángel Caviedes.
Angel Caribe, you are on. Thank you. I will answer the question. Indeed, the ministry, we want to give the meaning for the link water energy. So we're first identifying possible problems, but we're also looking at possible solutions. And one of them I will bring to you that has to do with the necessary infrastructure. For example, the desalinating plants, having in mind the multiple uses. What does this mean? We want to leverage projects where not only the infrastructure for its purposes there, but that can also help the production of green hydrogen and other purposes, such as, for example, as related to resilience, having a backup in these areas, such as coastal areas, where there is a danger of blackout. And that could become a good solution for collaboration between the industry and the community. Shared infrastructure and also multi-purpose plants, infrastructures that, yes, have a productive goal, but that may have other purposes. For example, supporting during drought stations and also after some natural disaster. These are some of the ideas that we are studying through this participative process. Thank you, Angel. Vice Minister Perez, let's see what kind of commitment you will suggest. Yes, the minister from Bolivia. Thank you. Good afternoon. In talking about the water on and sanitation panel, I'd like to bring in some ideas. Water, food, and sanitation are very well related to energy in order to meet SDGs. For food security with sovereignty, the eradication of poverty, of hunger, malnutrition, and in order to be more resilient to climate change, and we need to do all of that. But for that, Bolivia calls on the following: to have a regional leading position that is common to take over to developing countries, having in mind the climate change and the lack of concrete action. There is a true relation between climate crisis, the alteration of water systems for the provision of water that affect energy and food production that historically was not produced in and by the region. Number two, we should rethink about the mechanisms, projects, institutional agreements that we have here in the region in order to bring more resilience amongst our peoples, in order to protect life, rural areas, to give priority to small farmers, to family farming, and to the environmental agricultural practices and avoid those that damage the environment. To bring in means for food production, local, of high nutritional value, that is produced without the destructive practices and leave behind those that have been used in the region. And this is what is needed to face water crisis, energy crisis, in order to facilitate food production. Number four, we should change the anthropocentric practice, assuming that man comes from nature and is not superior to nature. So we should exercise water rights to all living beings, as well as for agro biodiverse systems. Number 5, Bolivia has shared with ECLAC the preliminary proposal for action, having in mind UN's water conference. And there we will have a dialogue, water for all, water for life. And finally, let me recognize the authority of community management and local communities and indigenous people in the framework of the interscientific intercultural dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister. Marjorie from Nicaragua. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up. I am Marjorie Paguada, president of the Rio del Peco Basin Association. I'd like to tell you about an impasse. In our country, we have progressed with the basin committees. We work on a bottoms-up scheme. And this is what has worked best for us. First, we set up a micro basin committee, and that is the General Assembly for the watershed committees with leadership. But we have in mind two criteria. On the one hand, effective participation of women. And number 2, that it be also composed with young people, that is going through generations. That has worked pretty well. We have other organizations aside from those I just mentioned, and they are the Network for Water Promotion. We ourselves have been trained, and we ourselves are monitoring our water source from our river. And this permits decision making by ourselves. It's not that somebody else comes and tells us what to do. It's something that we decide. And we have been doing this voluntary work for 4 years now. And every day more people are joining now through the partnership PPPs that we have with the academia, with the women's cooperatives, with the coffee producer cooperatives, which is the most important sector we have at the basin. I think that equally important is the political will for that to work. For us, the municipal governments that are closer to us are our main partners, and they are part of the board of directors of the basin management. But at the central levels, this is also needed. We are working with this interinstitutional partnership, and we as a watershed committee, based on efforts, and since they have seen the work we are doing, gave us voice and veto capabilities to participate there. We are the voice of the communities because of the value we allocate to water. We as women, we as the communities often see mothers with their children carrying buckets of water on their heads. It's not the same for somebody who's sitting in an office and who opens up the faucet for water to flow. We women, yes, we are empowered and we are committed with our basin because water is something for our daily lives. Everything we do at home has to do with water. Thank you for this opportunity. And we are certainly available to share more of our experience in detail. Thank you. Thank you, Marjorie. And we will now start closing this meeting with the messages we received, and that is to take advantage of these innovative models, taking advantage of technology. We now talked about education, ancestral knowledge, to get our policies to last. We also heard about the importance of international agreements in, especially in cross-border water. I liked what we heard about having difficult conversations, and it was mentioned by the Minister of Agriculture. We should sit around people with different political ideas, and we should never forget women and young people. These are sectors that often are not represented in decision making. We close now this part of our afternoon's work, and I give the floor to Jeanette for the closing remarks.
Thank you. It's been a very busy, exciting day. We have had a myriad of proposals from the micro all the way up to the macro political levels, going to technical criteria. That is nothing to complain. I mean, we've addressed several levels, and I believe in this joint effort of trying to make a sequential approach to a view of all. We have gained throughout these two last days. So just to say that the proposals from countries on water financing and healthcare were very exciting. Specific investment programs in water and sanitation submitted by Mexico, the turnkey projects as an instrument by Panama and El Salvador on the technical solutions and the concerns they had because of the losses in the system, wastewater treatment, which of course it's a shared concern. Proposals of a very big company here in Chile, Aguas Andinas, that how they are trying to join these type of resilient investments, where we have a more collaborative approach with governments, society, and businesses. These concept of circular economy, efficiency, both energy and the use of water, environmental efficiency, and then the banks. The banks that I don't know if it's a bank still in the room. I believe no, probably they run out scared, but they all said they were green, right? So let's trust. We'll trust them. They say that don't worry about money. That's what they said, and that they're all green. So let's hope. Let's hope that that they will be apt to this challenge, the challenge of the countries, the challenge of the territories, municipalities, and the big challenges again that for them, it means being agile enough with tools that are adapted. I mean, rather than this green category, that will mean lower financial costs. That's what it matters, and timelines and should be more adequate, more convenient to such an important sector for the whole society, and therefore this is a public good, and then we need a co-responsibility, and the financial system, the multilateral the financial system cannot be away from this. So in the afternoon we talked about water, energy, and food. it's difficult for us sometimes to integrate these three topics. That's the education we need. We're going there. We'll get there. I mean, to see where are the right links, like the colleague from the USCN said. We have to integrate ecosystems, of course. So we will enhance those possibilities of links and connections among resources that sometimes have there is a certain tension among them, and we need to know how to manage it. And the other big thing we have to address is governance. Our colleague from Brazil said that from the audience, I mean, and he said, how can we set set governance among stakeholders, which is one line of thought, many stakeholders with the conflicting interests, and also the various sectoral levels. And I would add the different territorial levels. I mean, national, local, cross border. I mean, nobody said this was an easy task. These will be a challenge, and but you in your daily practice, like our colleague said, what was the country? The colleague when she from Nicaragua, what she said, that's in the territory. That's the stakeholders in the territory. They know how to address things, how to solve problems. Their knowledge, priorities set. We us in other public organizations at different levels, we have to listen. We have to understand, and we have to build these governance more democratic for them to be more efficient and effective. It might take a bit longer, but we will have a better long-term governance and co-responsibility where it is so meaningful here. So once again, I have in trying to wrapping up these 2 days of this discussion of this dialogue, the main concern, as I said, governance, starting with governance. So that is a something that came across the different discussions. We have to make a commitment on that. We also have access to water. There are commitments they have shown us here different commitments from different countries being a human right. They even told us, let's not be anthropocentric. Uh, uh, this just not just we need to give access to water to other human beings, not because we're nice people, but we need to preserve ecosystems that will allow for life to exist. So we're connected with other living things. Social rates, that was also a topic that came across. The avoiding over exploitation, the negative externalities. This is a matter of concern. The Chilean minister said that they wanted to go from being the bad boy in terms of use of water to be a sector that will contribute to efficiency, to proper management of ecosystems on the whole water cycle. Well, okay, we hope then that will be the case, and that should be the case for the rest of our countries as well. Again, resilience has come across very strongly, concern for climate change and how and these whole tension in the water cycle as a result of that, and therefore the need to serve the proper needs such as nature-based solutions. Adding the technical side, but still listen to that ancient knowledge that allowed for a more balanced management of nature and resources. And this, because of these severe environmental problems we face, we've come to realize that we haven't done a good job in managing our resources, and one of them being so critical, such as water. On the other hand, innovations are good. I mean, there is no silver bullet here. We've listened to different formats, modes of management, and we have to respect we have to pay attention to the peculiarities in each country or territory. Therefore, among such a diversity, Latin Americans and Caribbeans, we have to learn to build our own possibilities, but by listening to what our neighbors are doing, what communities are doing, indigenous communities, what the youth are telling us. It's important to have a more collective construction. Water probably will be the opportunity to mobilize Latin America and the Caribbean, and the organizations have to be up to the challenge. We have to be the proper uh, catalyst to address the different topics in the different deadlines. So once again, thank you very much for joining us today. It's amazing how the audience has stayed in the room. I believe you're all paying full attention to this discussion. And tomorrow we will continue discussing these topics. And at the ECLAC, we have the terrible challenge of building a document now that will that will translate all those commitments so that we can have this unified Latin American and Caribbean voice in New York, so that they can listen the voice to the different countries, different colors, different forums, as we have had the opportunity to listen to these couple of days. We hope tomorrow will be a fruitful day, and okay, you can go now and rest and also enjoy our city, Santiago. Thank you very much.
Y como siempre,
And, and always, since this is Chile, our host country, with an economy which is based on wine, then please join us to taste a delicious glass of wine. Good night.